Chapter 126. However, Lu Ming's face was still calm, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. He said, "You lost to Zhang Muyun and your martial heart almost collapsed. I wonder what will happen after you lose to me?" "Lose to you? Haha, impossible. How can I, Duanmu Yunyang, lose to a newcomer? This is the biggest joke in the world. Lu Ming, don't think you can use this method to disturb my state of mind. Ridiculous. Your road ends here. Annihilation Saber Art, Spirit Destruction." Duanmu Yunyang's saber was unsheathed amidst his laughter. The overbearing saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. The moment he slashed, he had already activated his bloodline. Broken armor. In an instant, Lu Ming operated the true dragon battle art to the extreme. The majestic dragon-shaped genuine chi surged in his strong body and poured into the long spear. Along the long spear, a powerful rotating cutting force erupted. Ding! The long spear accurately pierced the blade. With a roar, Duanmu Yunyang's body did not move, but Lu Ming's body shook slightly and took a step back. He blocked it. Senior brother Lu Ming blocked Duanmu Yunyang's attack. Pang Shi shouted excitedly. Beside him, Mulins, Feng Wu Huaqi and the other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, and even the dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, revealed a joyful expression as they stared at the field without blinking. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was only a slight disadvantage. At this point they did not want Lu Ming to win. That would be a lie. Although they knew that the possibility was not great, they still had a glimmer of hope that Lu Ming could create a miracle. At this time, seeing Lu Ming block Duanmu Yunyang's move, of course they were overjoyed. This Duanmu Yunyang is really powerful. Lu Ming felt a little numb in his palm as he thought in his heart. Duanmu Yunyang's physical body had reached complete second grade, which was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Moreover, his lower-grade profound martial skill had been cultivated to the 6th level, the unity of man and martial arts realm. Moreover, he had a level 6 bloodline. Combined together, the power that erupted was incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming's physical body and martial techniques were both at a disadvantage. The only thing he could rely on was the rich and condensed true chi of the true dragon battle art. But it was still not enough. To be able to block my saber strike with 80% of my power, you have some skills. But that's all. Destroy the heavens. Kill. When Duanmu Yunyang saw that he had only gained a slight upper hand, the killing intent in his eyes blazed even more fiercely. He unleashed all of his strength and operated his real chi to the extreme. His aura instantly became a bit stronger. A saber light, even stronger than the previous one, slashed towards Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, you have to block it." Mulins, Feng Wu and the rest clenched their fists tightly. Their palms were covered in cold sweat as they stared fixedly at the arena. Landslide. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and once again clashed with the war blade. Boom. This time, Lu Ming retreated 7 or 8 steps, his blood and chi surging. Lu Ming is no match for him in the end. From the looks of it, Lu Ming will definitely lose within 10 moves. Lu Ming doesn't seem to have activated his bloodline yet. Indeed, it's strange. But in such a situation, even if he activates his bloodline, it's still hard to escape defeat. Don't forget that Duanmu Yunyang still has a secret technique that he hasn't used yet? That's right. Seeing this situation, sighs came from all around. Should I use force? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then he rejected it. If he used the force of fire, Lu Ming had full confidence that he could defeat Duanmu Yunyang. But this wasn't the result he wanted. He had an idea, a crazy idea. He wanted to use Duanmu Yunyang's pressure to break through his cultivation. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, even if he defeated Duanmu Yunyang, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Zhang Muyun, who had also comprehended force. Only with strong pressure could he break through his limits. Only with a breakthrough in his cultivation could he fight with Zhang Muyun. "Let's see how you can take my third saber move, Armageddon." Duanmu Yunyang roared, and his saber slashed out 18 saber radiances. Each of the 18 saber radiances was ever-changing and unpredictable. Each of them was extremely powerful, as if they could kill everything. It was called Armageddon. Although it was exaggerated, its power could still be seen. "It seems that I can only activate my bloodline." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he activated his bloodline without hesitation. With a flash of blood, Lu Ming's aura surged. A devouring power covered his body, and Lu Ming's strength increased by 40%. He directly rushed toward the 18 saber radiances. Boom, boom. In an instant, Lu Ming was drowned by the 18 saber radiances. In the fighting ring, there were only the pale saber radiances and the fiery red spear radiances, as well as the sounds of explosions. Can Lu Ming block it? Everyone present stared at the fighting ring, afraid that they would miss an important scene. After 18 consecutive explosions, a figure rushed out. His long spear turned into a half-moon and swept toward Duanmu Yunyang. It was Lu Ming. He was not injured at all. Although Duanmu Yunyang's saber radiances were powerful, 50% of the attack was devoured by Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline. The remaining attack could hardly hurt Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming was not injured and was even attacking him with a stronger attack, Duanmu Yunyang's expression changed. Slash. In a hurry he slashed out with his saber. Clang. Duanmu Yunyang's body shook violently, and he involuntarily slid back more than 10 meters. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's aura was greatly reduced. His bloodline could only last for 5 breaths, which was too short. Lu Ming, damn it, go to hell. Blood extermination cut. After being pushed back by Lu Ming's spear, Duanmu Yunyang was furious. He slashed his saber on his arm and a wisp of blood spurted out. It formed a blood-red saber in the air and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he quickly retreated. However, the blood-red saber chased after Lu Ming as if it had a mind of its own. Chasing thunder. He thrust his spear and pierced the blood-colored battle saber. The blood-colored battle saber was crushed by the spear and turned into wisps of blood mist. Subsequently, it condensed into blood leopards that pounced on Lu Ming. In a flash, Lu Ming was enveloped by the blood leopards. Lu Ming, enjoy it. You forced me to use this move. It's not bad, but that's all. Ah. Duanmu Yunyang laughed wildly. Stop, quickly stop. Duanmu Yunyang, you win this battle. Quickly withdraw your secret technique. Mullins shouted with an unsightly expression. Stop? Mullins, Lu Ming hasn't admitted defeat. The battle is still in progress. How can I stop? Duanmu Yunyang sneered. Mullins's expression turned ugly as she shouted, Lu Ming, this battle ends here. Admit defeat. However, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to her and fought with all his strength against the blood leopards pouncing from all directions. Lu Ming's essence, chi and spirit were highly concentrated. He circulated the true dragon battle art to the extreme and fought with the blood leopards pouncing from all directions. The long spear swept out and the blood leopards were defeated. However, they immediately condensed again and continued to pounce endlessly. Lu Ming fought with all his might, raising his potential to the extreme. Martial Master 9th Layer, break for me. In the battle, Lu Ming stimulated his potential. He fought while breaking through. After countless attempts, the barrier of the Martial Master 9th Layer finally loosened. Boom. Finally, with a loud bang, the barrier was broken. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body seemed to be breathing. The true chi in his body was constantly growing stronger and thicker. Breakthrough, Lu Ming is breaking through. Chapter 127. Heavens, he's really breaking through. He broke through in the middle of a great battle. This is too crazy. The entire audience was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually broken through in the middle of an intense battle. How strong was his willpower and firm mind? Ordinary people couldn't do it. Breakthrough? No, that's not right. So Lu Ming didn't reach the 9th level martial master before? Many disciples looked at each other. At this moment, they realized that Lu Ming had not reached the 9th level martial master. Previously, Lu Ming's performance was too strong and his true chi was dense. Most of the disciples of the 4 courtyards naturally believed that Lu Ming's cultivation should be at the 9th level martial master. Other than a few silver-robed elders who had already seen through it, most of the disciples thought so. Now they suddenly realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level martial master. This was too inconceivable. One by one, their mouths were agape as they stood there in a daze. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth constantly gathered towards Lu Ming. The aura on Lu Ming's body rapidly soared. Boom. Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow as he officially stepped into the 9th level martial master. Lu Ming, even if your cultivation has broken through, what's the use? You are destined to lose today. After a brief moment of shock, Duanmu Yunyang roared. Is that so? Moon seizing. After stepping into the 9th level martial master, Lu Ming's true chi had doubled. The long spear swept out, rumbling like thunder. Bang, bang. As the long spear swept out, the blood leopards exploded in the air and continued to condense. However, their speed was much slower than before. Duanmu Yunyang's move was not unbreakable. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, it would still collapse. Just like when Zhang Muyun had used force, he had defeated this move with a single move. Lu Ming, you forced me. Blood destruction / Duanmu Yunyang roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a drop of blood essence in the blood. Duanmu Yunyang was going all out. He absolutely couldn't accept being defeated by Lu Ming. He had even forced out a drop of his blood essence. One had to know that a human body only had 9 drops of essence blood. If one used a drop, it would be extremely difficult to recover. This was a matter of great harm to one's vitality. The fresh blood condensed in the air and transformed into blood leopards that pounced on Lu Ming. These blood leopards were more solid and more powerful than the previous ones. Haha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to break this. Go to hell. Duanmu Yunyang laughed crazily. The killing intent in his eyes was incomparably cold. Lu Ming was not afraid in the slightest. Holding the long spear in his hand, he stood quietly on the fighting ring and looked indifferently at the blood leopard that was pouncing on him. He whispered, Duanmu Yunyang, my cultivation has already broken through. This farce should end now. What? Duanmu Yunyang was stunned. The 4 deans were stunned, the silver-robed elders were stunned, and the disciples of the 4 great academies were also stunned. A farce? What do you mean? But in the next moment they knew what it meant. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. This aura was tyrannical and powerful. Everyone seemed to have seen a volcano erupting. Hot magma spewed out and wreaked havoc in the world. The force of fire. All the disciples of the 4 great academies, all the silver-robed elders, including the 4 deans, widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They looked at the tall figure on the fighting ring in disbelief. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. The whole place was silent. Lu Ming had actually comprehended force. This was too shocking. Zhang Muyun had comprehended force, which was already shocking enough. After all, he had entered the sect for more than 3 years. But what about Lu Ming? He had entered the sect this year. Break. At this moment, an indifferent voice resounded. Lu Ming thrust out his spear. The surging force, combined with his martial skill, turned into a spear light that blasted out. Boom. The blood leopards that pounced on Lu Ming instantly collapsed and dissipated between heaven and earth. The spear light did not stop, bombarding Duanmu Yunyang's body. Duanmu Yunyang screamed and flew far away. Duanmu Yunyang lost. It was unknown who shouted, but it ignited the whole place in an instant. The whole place fell into an uproar. Lu Ming. Zhang Muyun whispered and stood up from his seat. His eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. The 4 deans and the sect leader also stood up from their seats. Their eyes flickered and their expressions were different. Impossible? It was impossible? How is this possible? Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao kept shaking their heads. They simply could not accept this. What? In the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunyang struggled to get up. His hair was disheveled and he hysterically shouted. He could not bear all this. Lu Ming looked at Duanmu Yunyang indifferently and said, Duanmu Yunyang, weren't you very confident before? You said that you would never lose to me. You said that losing to me was the biggest joke in the world. What about now? After saying this, Lu Ming took a step forward and looked at Duanmu Yunyang intently. Duanmu Yunyang, you are arrogant and conceited. You always say that you want to take back the glory that belongs to you. What glory do you have? Besides relying on your family, what do you count for? Without the Duanmu family, you are nothing. Lu Ming's every word was like a sharp knife that stabbed into Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, it's not like this. You are talking nonsense. How can this be? Duanmu Yunyang's hair was disheveled as he shouted wildly, as if he had gone crazy. Previously he was incomparably overbearing and confident. He did not put Lu Ming in his eyes at all and thought that he would never lose. However, the reality was that he had suffered a crushing defeat in front of everyone. For a proud person like him, the blow was too big. Lu Ming, shut up. The White Tiger Institute's dean roared like a thunderclap. Yunyang, wake up now. The White Tiger Institute's dean wanted to use the same trick to wake Duanmu Yunyang up. Unfortunately, Duanmu Yunyang did not regain consciousness like before. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He ignored the dean of the White Tiger sect and shouted, Duanmu Yunyang, you have been defeated today. You will never be my match. Furthermore, you are not worthy of being my opponent. You are not worthy to be my opponent. These words directly blasted into the depths of Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, it can't be. I am invincible. Duanmu Yunyang shouted. His eyes were red. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Damn it, you little bastard. I will kill you. The dean of the White Tiger sect was enraged. An aura as deep as the sea surged from his body. It was extremely powerful and suppressed Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He was unmatched. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of meters. Duanmu Pejuan, what are you doing? The Vermilion Bird Institute's dean was furious. He also released a powerful aura and blocked the White Tiger Institute's aura. What am I doing? Lu Ming, you little bastard, deliberately destroyed Yunyang's state of mind and ruined his martial path. You should kill him. Chapter 128. What a joke. Lu Ming was fearless in the face of an overlord like the White Tiger Institute's dean. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and said, "What do you mean by that? I'm just telling the truth. If Duanmu Yunyang can't even take this blow, then what's the point of practicing martial arts?" How audacious. That was the thought that popped up in everyone's mind. Lu Ming was too audacious. He dared to talk back to the dean of the White Tiger Institute, the dean of the institute. How dare you? The dean of the White Tiger Institute was furious. As he roared, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. 100-meter-long saber was formed. The terrifying saber aura covered the sky and covered the entire place. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Boom, boom. The deans of the Azure Dragon Institute and the Black Tortoise Institute released two powerful forces. The mighty force spread out and covered the disciples of the two institutes, blocking the powerful pressure. Duanmu Pejuan, do you have any shame? Do you want to attack a junior? The dean of the Vermilion Bird Institute said coldly. In the sky, a 100-meter-long giant sword appeared. An aura that was no weaker than the dean of the White Tiger Institute erupted. The saber and the sword faced each other. In the sky there was a continuous roar. The disciples of the four institutes looked at the sky in horror. Was this the strength of the deans of the four institutes? In an instant the wind and clouds changed color. This kind of power was beyond the scope of mortals. It was too terrifying. The Mystic Origin Sect Master frowned slightly. He waved his hand and a gentle force surged out. However, this force seemed gentle, but it was incredibly powerful. The saber and sword formed by the deans of the White Tiger Institute and the Vermilion Bird Institute were instantly destroyed. They turned into energy and dissipated in the sky. You two are deans of the institutes. How can you make such a big fuss in front of the disciples? Let's drop this matter. Injuries are inevitable on the fighting stage. Hurry up and get someone to bring Duanmu Yunyang down for treatment. A cold voice came from the Mystic Origin Sword Sect Master. And Lu Ming. The Sect Master looked at Lu Ming and said, Dean Duanmu is the dean of the institute after all. He's your senior. In the future when you speak you must respect your senior. Don't be impulsive just because you are young. Do you understand? Understood, Sect Leader. Lu Ming cupped his fists knowing when to stop. The dean of the White Tiger Institute frowned. It was obvious that the patriarch was trying to protect Lu Ming, as he had directly pushed the blame onto Lu Ming's young age. It was hard for him to say anything. Duanmu Yunyang had already lost enough face today. If he continued to pursue the matter, he would inevitably end up with the reputation of bullying the weak, which would be even more humiliating. Lu Ming. A murderous look flashed across the White Tiger Institute's dean's eyes. He then waved his sleeves and said, Take Yunyang back for treatment. Immediately, White Tiger Hall's disciples carried Duanmu Yunyang away. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Duanmu Yunyang's mental state was already broken. If he could not walk out of it, then his martial Dao path would end here. It would be very difficult for him to continue moving forward. Lu Ming wins this battle. The referee announced. With the announcement of the referee, the attention of the disciples of the four great schools returned to the grand competition. There's still one more round. Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming are going to face each other in this round. Which one of them will win? It's hard to say now. After all, both of them have comprehended force. I didn't expect this. After the battle between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun, I thought there was no suspense. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. It's beyond my imagination. This is the pinnacle battle. This is the true pinnacle battle. The collision of two forces. This year's bronze-level grand competition is really exciting. It was rare for two bronze-level disciples to comprehend force at the same time. If there was one, there would be another one every few years. However, for two to appear at the same time, there might not even be one in a few decades. This was a rare situation. Everyone was looking forward to it. Before this, no one thought that Lu Ming would be a match for Zhang Muyun. However, after Lu Ming unleashed his force, he could definitely fight Zhang Muyun. The 9th round begins. After half an hour of rest, the referee announced the start of the 9th round. It was unknown whether the referee did it intentionally or coincidentally, But the battle between Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming was put last. The first 4 rounds passed quickly. Duanmu Yunyang didn't participate in any of them. Finally, it was the last round. The 5th round, Lu Ming versus Zhang Muyun. Following the referee's announcement, the atmosphere in the audience was ignited. Countless people began to shout. Lu Ming, go for it. Lu Ming, senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to bear your children. Nest, will Lu Ming take a fancy to you? Shameless, get lost. Lu Ming definitely likes me. You're the shameless one. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You think you can beat me? The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard cheered for Lu Ming crazily. There were even many young female disciples who shouted with infatuation. There were even female disciples who were jealous and started fighting. Lu Ming was young, but his cultivation base was extremely high. His talent was even more impressive. Moreover, he was handsome. It was normal for girls to be attracted to him. Go for it, senior brother Zhang Muyun. Senior brother Zhang Muyun will win. The disciples of the Azure Dragon Courtyard cheered as well. Zhang Muyun was also extremely popular. However, he and Zhui Yirong were already a couple, which broke the hearts of many girls. The two of them went up to the fighting ring amidst the cheers. After half an hour, Lu Ming was slightly injured by the aura of the Dean of the White Tiger Courtyard. He was no longer in a serious condition. Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect that the final battle would be with you. Zhang Muyun smiled. His smile was very gentle and made people feel comfortable. It wasn't an act. He was born this way. In fact, Zhang Muyun was very popular in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Not only was he talented, but he was also gentle and sincere. He wouldn't act high and mighty just because he was talented. Therefore, Zhang Muyun's friends were all over the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming also had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He cupped his fists and said, Senior brother Zhang, it's my honor to be able to fight with you. Aha, that's what I wanted to say. However, although junior brother Lu's talent is far above mine, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me today. Zhang Muyun smiled. I'll do my best. All right, do your best. The two of them looked at each other and a powerful aura exploded from their bodies. One was extremely sharp and indestructible. The other was scorching and violent. Boom. Before they even moved, their force had already started to clash and collide with each other. With a loud boom, the fighting ring was instantly replaced by a sharp and scorching aura. The aura of sharpness and scorching heat spread out in all directions. Lu Ming's disciples immediately felt a scorching heat enveloping them. It was as if they were placed in a furnace. It was extremely uncomfortable. On Zhang Muyun's side, everyone felt a piercing pain on their skin. It was as if their skin was being cut by a sharp sword aura. If the elders in silver robes hadn't intervened in time, many of the weaker disciples would have been severely injured. Level 4 Sword Technique, Scorching Summer. Astral Fire Spear Technique, Landslide. Chapter 129. The two figures instantly crossed a distance of 50 meters and collided. Clang. A strong gust of wind blew as the two figures flew back, but in the next moment they continued to fight. The combination of Zhang Muyun's swordsmanship and the force of metal had become incomparably sharp. There was nothing it could not break. On the other hand, Lu Ming's spear skills were combined with the power of fire. It was tyrannical and domineering, destroying everything. Both of them were the representatives of offense and possessed extremely strong offensive power. Naturally, when they fought, there was nothing fancy about it. Their attacks were bold and unrestrained like a violent storm. The disciples of the 4 academies, as well as the elders, stared unblinkingly at the two figures fighting fiercely on the Colosseum. Those who were not strong enough could only see the two figures fighting fiercely on the stage. They could not see the details of the battle at all. Clang, 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 clang. In a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Hot sparks flew everywhere. The thrilling battle made everyone forget to breathe as their faces turned red. The rumbling sounds became more and more intense as the two fought faster and faster. Exciting, this is really exciting. Can you see the details of their fight? It's exciting because I can't see it clearly. The experts looked at the technique while the laymen just watched the show. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation were watching with great interest, while some of the disciples with higher cultivation were watching with solemn faces. Sect Master, who do you think will win? A golden-robed elder asked the Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master. A smile appeared on the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's face as he said, both of them have just comprehended their force and are only at the entry level. It's hard to tell who is better. Zhang Muyun's physical body and martial arts techniques are stronger than Lu Ming's. However, Lu Ming's cultivation technique is not to be underestimated. His vital energy is rich and condensed and is stronger than Zhang Muyun's. But from what I know, Zhang Muyun has more than one profound level martial technique, but Lu Ming's bloodline has not been activated yet. However, Lu Ming's bloodline is very special. It seems like it can only be activated for a few breaths, so it's hard to tell who will win this battle. Both of them are people with great fortune. Each of them has their own opportunities. A golden-robed elder sighed. After so many battles, the unique characteristics of Lu Ming's Jin Qi and bloodline could not escape the eyes of experts like the Mystic Essence Sword Sect leader and the golden-robed elder. However, in the world of martial arts, everyone had their own opportunities. This was very normal. With their status, they naturally wouldn't covet the opportunities of a few juniors. They were even happier that their disciples had fortuitous encounters. This way the sect would become even more powerful in the future. He can't win. Lu Ming can't win. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They kept screaming in their hearts, hoping that Zhang Muyun would win. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun had exchanged over 100 moves. More than a minute has passed. There's less than a minute left before Zhang Muyun's bloodline erupts. Lu Ming's mind raced. Two-handed sword Dao. At this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in Zhang Muyun's other hand. With a long sword in each hand, he attacked Lu Ming. Two-handed sword. Lu Ming was shocked. Not only him but everyone present was also shocked. Two-handed sword wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. It could be said that only those with extraordinary talent could cultivate it. Two-handed sword was even more powerful when the two swords cooperated with each other. Swoosh swoosh, the sky was filled with sword shadows that shrouded Lu Ming. Since there's such a move, let's decide the winner. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then there was a flash of blood as his bloodline erupted. Explode. Taking advantage of the bloodline eruption, Lu Ming performed his strongest move. The Zhen Qi in his body surged crazily toward the long spear and gathered at the tip of the spear. Then it suddenly exploded. Boom. Clang. Clang. There was a violent explosion, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Swoosh. A figure rushed out. It was Zhang Muyun. He was panting heavily and a part of his sleeve was missing. Lu Ming stood at the same spot, panting. He had used up a lot of his true qi to cast extermination. However, he was unscathed. How is it? Everyone present stared at the fighting ring with their hearts in their mouths. I've lost. Suddenly, Zhang Muyun let out a long sigh. What? Zhang Muyun admitted defeat? Could it be that the winner has already been decided? I don't think both of them are injured. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Zhang Muyun's sleeve was destroyed? For geniuses like them, they don't need to be injured to determine the winner. One move, or even half a move, would be enough to determine the winner. I see. Oh my god, then the winner this time is Lu Ming. Yeah, he's a dark horse, but he's too dark. He's a dark horse all the way. Before the start of the grand competition, no one had expected that Lu Ming would win first place. Most people thought that it was already amazing that Lu Ming could enter the top 30. No one would think that Lu Ming would be the champion. Even in their dreams they would not dream of it. Almost everyone felt that the champion would be either Zhang Muyun or Duanmu Yinyang. But the truth made everyone's jaws drop. Impossible, impossible. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were stunned. This can't go on. I can't let Lu Ming continue to grow. If this goes on, there won't be a place for me in the future. I must find a way to kill him. After the shock, Lu Yunxiong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Thank you for letting me win. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming wins this battle. The referee announced loudly. Boom. The scene instantly boiled over, especially the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, who shouted crazily. Lu Ming is invincible. Long live Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I love you. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, regardless of gender, all shouted crazily. It was no wonder they were so crazy. All these years, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had always been at the bottom of the 4 courtyards and had been ridiculed by the other courtyards. It was impossible to say that they weren't sullen. But now, a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall had actually obtained first place in the Bronze Large competition. This was the glory of the entire Vermilion Bird Hall. They shared both honor and disgrace, and they felt as if they had won. They felt elated, and naturally they went crazy. Among them, Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others shouted the loudest. Lu Ming walked down the fighting ring with a smile. Naturally, he was surrounded by a group of Vermilion Bird Courtyard disciples, especially some female disciples who desperately squeezed onto Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming wasn't a gentleman, it still made him feel extremely awkward. It took him a lot of effort to squeeze to Mulin's side. "Hey, you guys are too unloyal. Why didn't you come and help me?" Lu Ming was sweating profusely. It was even more tiring than fighting a big battle. "Lu Ming, you are now the most popular person in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. How is it? Feel good?" Chapter 130. Senior Sister Mulin's, now that I've obtained first place, the reward is up to me. Lu Ming's eyes scanned Mulin's body. The smile on Mulin's face instantly disappeared, and she became somewhat flustered. Her face was slightly red and she shouted, "Lu Ming, what are you looking at? You're still young, yet you're still thinking of shameless deeds." "Shameless deeds? Senior Sister Mulin's, are you mistaken? I'm just thinking about what reward I should ask for." "Could it be that you've thought of that?" Lu Ming pretended not to know and said in surprise, especially the last sentence, which was very long. "Lu Ming. You." Mulin's could not take it anymore. Her face was flushed red from the question, making it even more tempting. Some of the male disciples at the side were dumbstruck and drooled. Cluck cluck cluck. Feng Wu chuckled. She had also eaten Lu Ming's move before. "Then tell me now, what reward do you want?" Mulin's forced herself to calm down and asked. "About that, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about it." Lu Ming smiled. "Cunning." At the side, Feng Wu and the rest gave Lu Ming a look of disdain. At this moment, the referee began to announce the rankings. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was ranked first with his complete victory. Zhang Muyun had 8 wins and 1 loss, and was ranked second. As for Duanmu Yunyang, although he was absent from the battle, his battle strength was obvious to all. After the elders' discussion, he was ranked third. Bu Xingkai was fourth, Duan Gang was fifth, Ling Kong was sixth, Duanmu Chen was seventh, Qing Feilwan was eighth, and Zhui Yirong was ninth. Dong Su was the most miserable. With a complete defeat, he was ranked 10th. Among the top 10 there were 4 people from the White Tiger Courtyard, and they were all ranked very high, so they were ranked first. There were 2 people from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, but because Lu Ming was ranked first, his total points jumped to second place. The 3 from the Azure Dragon Courtyard were ranked third. Only Duan Gang was ranked fourth in the Xuanwu Courtyard. When the rankings of the 4 courtyards came out, the disciples, principal and elders of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were all ecstatic. They were originally at the bottom, but now they had suddenly rushed to second place. In the next year, the sect's resources would definitely lean towards the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Moreover, the New Year's disciple recruitment would begin in 3 months. By then, given Lu Ming's reputation, he would definitely attract many young talents to join the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. This would be a virtuous cycle. A few years later, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard would definitely become really powerful and shake off the fate of being at the bottom. After announcing the rankings, it was time to announce the rewards. Lu Ming was ranked first and the rewards were very generous. You can go to the Compendium Hall and choose 2 low-grade profound martial skills. On top of that, you'll be rewarded with 100,000 contribution points. The reward was extremely generous. For the second and third place, they could choose a mystic rank low-grade martial skill and 80,000 and 50,000 contribution points respectively. There was the 10-10 contribution points. Now, follow me to receive your rewards. Come, to the 4. The disciples of the 4 courtyards slowly dispersed. Lu Ming followed the referee to the library. Zhang Muyun was with him. Duanmu Yunyang was unconscious now, so he could only receive the reward later. At this time, Lu Ming's identity jade token had an extra 100,000 contribution points. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the library. Lu Ming, according to the rules, you can choose 2 low-grade profound martial skills, but you can also combine them into one. You can choose 1 high-grade profound martial skill. The referee said to Lu Ming. "I can choose a high-grade profound martial skill?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Lu Ming, I advise you to choose 2 mystic class inferior grade martial arts techniques." Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the referee warned him. "What?" Lu Ming asked. "Because the reward is only for you to learn and cultivate. You can't teach it to others or sell it. Although a high-grade profound martial skill is more valuable than 2 low-grade profound martial skills, it's too difficult for you to cultivate a high-grade profound martial skill with your current cultivation. If you choose a low-grade profound martial skill, you can cultivate it with your talent. That's the best choice." The referee explained seriously. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, "Thank you for your advice, elder, but Lu Ming can make his own decision." Lu Ming still wanted to choose a high-grade profound martial skill. After all, the Temple of Paragon had a magical chanting sound that could help him comprehend martial skills. Others couldn't cultivate it, but he could. Seeing that Lu Ming had made up his mind, the referee didn't try to persuade him. He greeted the elder guarding the door, and Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun walked into the library. The library was divided into 7 floors. The first level stored some unorthodox cultivation methods and martial skills. The second floor was filled with low-grade yellow martial skills. The third floor was filled with high-grade yellow martial skills. And so on and so forth. The 7th floor would be a high-grade earth-level martial skill. High-grade earth martial skills were the highest grade in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They were extremely rare and precious. Zhang Muyun went to the 4th floor while Lu Ming went to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was filled with high-grade profound martial skills. The 5th floor wasn't big. There were only 9 shelves. Lu Ming glanced at them and saw that there were only about 50 martial skills. Since the establishment of the Mystic Essence Sword sect thousands of years ago, there were only 50 or so black-class upper-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. It could be seen that black-class upper-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills were rare. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. Lu Ming simply ignored those related to cultivation techniques. Lu Ming had the True Dragon Battle Manual, so he didn't care about other martial skills. Lu Ming ignored swordsmanship martial techniques, saber martial techniques, and so on. After a while, Lu Ming finally saw a spear martial skill. Meteor Spear Art. The spear was like a meteor and its power was shocking. After hesitating for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He had the Flaming Astral Spear Art. He hadn't cultivated the Flaming Astral Spear Art to the highest level yet, but it was enough for a short period of time. Even if he chose a high-grade profound martial spear art, it wouldn't increase his battle strength by much in a short period of time. He continued to read. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Hovering steps. Lu Ming saw a movement martial skill. Hovering steps. When cultivated to a high level, one could walk in the air and cross the void. Hovering in the air. This made Lu Ming very excited. Who didn't want to be like a bird, soaring in the sky and overlooking the mountains and rivers? But only when a martial artist reached the martial ancestor realm could they truly break free from the shackles of the earth and soar in the sky. But the hovering steps could do it. Although there was a note at the end that it was only a short period of walking in the air and couldn't really cross the void like a martial ancestor realm expert, it was still very attractive. Lu Ming chose hovering steps without hesitation. He came to the entrance of the book collection hall and handed the secret manual to the book collection hall elder. You must return it within 2 months. The book collection hall elder recorded it and warned. Chapter 131. When he returned to the dormitory, Feng Wu, Hua Qi and Pang Shi were all there. Lu Ming, you obtained first place this time and received such a huge reward. What? Aren't you going to show your appreciation? Upon returning, Feng Wu blinked his big eyes and stared at him. That's right. This time, in order to gather information on the bronze list geniuses, I have more or less contributed, right? Hua Qi also said with a smile. Pang Shi scratched his head and said, that's not too good after all, it was senior brother Lu Ming who won it with his own strength. Idiot, shut up. Feng Wu and Hua Qi spoke at the same time, and Pang Shi immediately shut his mouth. Lu Ming was speechless, then laughed, waved his hand and said, let's go to the contribution hall, whatever you want, just say it. This time he was rewarded with 100,000 contribution points. Adding the remaining contribution points from before, Lu Ming's contribution points had reached an astonishing 110,000, so he was naturally very generous. Lu Ming, this is what you said. Let's go. Feng Wu said with a smile as he walked towards the contribution hall. This isn't too good, right? Pang Shi kept muttering as he was dragged by Hua Qi towards the contribution hall. Lu Ming smiled slightly. After arriving at the contribution hall, Hua Qi and Feng Wu quickly reported a bunch of things. It seemed like they had long planned to slaughter Lu Ming. However, the things they reported were not very high grade and the price was not very high. The price of the beauty pill and skin nourishing pill that Feng Wu reported was very low, causing Lu Ming to be speechless. Hua Qi chose some elixirs for cultivation and a spirit weapon. Pang Shi was left pondering for a long time, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Lu Ming directly exchanged some pills for him to raise his cultivation, pulled him to the book collection hall, and let him choose a high-grade yellow-level martial skill. He spent a total of 20,000 contribution points. They were all friends, so Lu Ming didn't feel any heartache. Feng Wu took the items he exchanged, and his eyes were smiling so much that he couldn't open them. Hua Qi and Pang Shi were also full of smiles. After letting Feng Wu and the other two return, Lu Ming returned to the contribution hall. Lu Ming began to choose things for himself. With so many contribution points, it was only natural that he had to convert them into strength. First, Lu Ming had to choose a spear. The fire pattern spear from before was already useless. Especially in the battle with Zhang Muyun, when he used the explosive move, the tip of the spear had cracked. Now he wanted to choose an even higher quality spear, at least a third-grade spirit weapon. However, there weren't many spear-type spirit weapons in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. After choosing for a long time, Lu Ming finally chose one. Fire Tongue Spear, a rank 3 low-grade spirit weapon. The spear shaft was 8 feet long and was made of fire paulownia iron. Fire paulownia iron's toughness and elasticity were very good. The tip of the spear was 8 inches long. It was made of star-veined golden steel and was extremely hard. The long spear weighed 3,600 jin. Lu Ming held it in his hand and lightly shook it. Hoo-hoo, the long spear swayed, piercing through the air, emitting whistling sounds. With such a heavy spear, a casual sweep of a person's body could cause them to explode. Lu Ming was quite satisfied. At least it was much stronger than the fire-patterned spear. Just this long spear alone cost him 10,000 contribution points. Then Lu Ming exchanged for a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and a red-horned tiger's horn. These two items cost a total of 50,000 contribution points. Because these two items were materials needed to cultivate the third level of the true dragon of battle arts. They were very precious and shockingly expensive. But to be able to exchange for them, Lu Ming was already overjoyed. Because in this way, the 4 main materials needed to cultivate the third level of the true dragon of battle arts had all been gathered. Dark blood stone, flame crystal grass, 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, red-horned tiger's horn. Then he exchanged for the remaining supplementary materials and 10 sets of second-grade 9th-level demon beast blood essence. Lu Ming immediately became a pauper again. He only had a few hundred contribution points left. If others knew about his spending speed, they would probably be scared to death. But Lu Ming did not care. After returning to his dormitory, he entered the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming could not wait to open the soaring steps and read it. 2 hours later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual and started to comprehend it. At the highest point of the Temple of Paragon, the chanting continued. Lu Ming's mind was very clear and his understanding of the soaring steps deepened. A few hours later, Lu Ming's body moved. Lu Ming's body was as light as a feather as he flashed on the platform. After a while, Lu Ming stopped. The black rank upper martial technique is indeed difficult to cultivate. I had the cloud soaring steps as the foundation, but it will take some time to cultivate to the first level. The black rank upper martial technique was very difficult to cultivate. According to common sense, only a high-level martial grandmaster was qualified to cultivate it. Correspondingly, its power was also very strong. As long as he cultivated to the first level, his power would far surpass the 6th level of the yellow rank upper martial technique. As long as he cultivated to the 3rd level, his power would be comparable to the 6th level of the black rank lower martial technique. Continue. After that, Lu Ming began to cultivate again. Lu Ming cultivated the soaring steps and the flaming star spear art every day. In the remaining time, he devoured the blood essence of demonic beasts to increase his cultivation. Time passed day by day. The grand competition of the 4 courtyards had also ended. The competition on the silver list was completely different from the bronze list. On the silver list, Duanmu Lin had an absolute advantage and defeated all his opponents. He was ranked first. Duanmu Lin was known as one of the 4 geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He was too strong and no one could compare to him because the other 3 geniuses were disciples of the Qilin courtyard. In the 4 courtyards, only Duanmu Lin was ranked as one of the 4 geniuses. Of course, the gold-ranked disciples here were not included. After Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flashed and he continued to cultivate. 10 days later, Lu Ming finally succeeded in cultivating the soaring steps. He had stepped into the first level, the initial glimpse of the door. The 10 portions of demonic beast blood essence were all devoured. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was now in the martial master realm. Devouring the blood essence of class 9 LV2 demonic beasts was very slow. 10 portions of demonic beast blood essence only allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to increase by a small step. He had not even reached the peak of the early martial master realm. Cultivation can't be rushed. Especially after reaching the martial master realm, one needs to accumulate. For example, Zhang Muyun and the others would stay in this realm for a few years. Now, let's start cultivating the 3rd level of the true dragon of battle arts. Lu Ming pondered and then took out the dark bloodstone and other materials. According to the records of the true dragon of battle arts, He swallowed them and began to break through to the third level of the true dragon of battle arts. In the third level of the true dragon of battle arts, the density of true qi was 4 times that of ordinary true qi. As long as he broke through, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase by a large margin. Boom. Boom. The true qi in Lu Ming's body seemed to be about to explode. The power was astonishing. Vaguely one could hear roars and howls coming out. After half a day the sound disappeared and calmed down. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Is this the third level of the true dragon of battle arts? It's really powerful. There was a flash of joy in Lu Ming's eyes as he sensed the rich and condensed true qi in his body. If he were to fight with Zhang Muyun again, he was confident that he could defeat him without using his bloodline. Not just by one move but a complete victory. Now I can go to the coastal mountain range to cultivate. While cultivating my martial skills, I can also hunt demonic beasts to increase my cultivation. Lu Ming made up his mind. After packing up, he headed to the coastal mountain range. The last time Lu Ming went to the coastal mountain range to practice his spear, he only went 200 miles deep and did not encounter many powerful demonic beasts. This time Lu Ming decided to go deeper. Chapter 132. The demonic beasts roared like thunder. At this point, the number of demonic beasts gradually increased. Demonic beasts of class 7, 8, and even class 9 LV2 could be seen running past. A 5-meter-tall, majestic earth-shattering bear pounced on Lu Ming. This earth-shattering bear was a class 9 LV2. Broken armor. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The fiery-tongued spear turned into a ray of light and pierced through the earth-shattering bear's chest. The earth-shattering bear roared a few times and fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. Controlling his bloodline, he devoured the earth-shattering bear's blood essence and refined it in a short while. Now that he had reached the third level of the true dragon of battle technique, the energy required to increase his cultivation was even more terrifying. The blood essence of a class 9 LV2 demonic beast was insignificant. The earth-shattering bear's fur is valuable, but it's too troublesome to skin it. Forget it. Lu Ming shook his head. Many materials from demonic beasts were valuable, but it was troublesome to clean them up. Lu Ming usually ignored them. In his opinion, he would rather use the time to cultivate and kill more demonic beasts to devour their blood essence. It's said that when a demonic beast reaches the martial grandmaster level, it will condense a demonic pill in its body. It's a good material for refining elixirs and equipment. I can collect it. Hiss. At this moment, a hissing sound was heard. At the same time, a disgusting stench filled the air. Whoosh. A strong wind blew and a black shadow smashed down on Lu Ming from the sky. Lu Ming moved and instantly retreated 30 meters to avoid the attack. Boom. The black shadow smashed heavily on the spot where Lu Ming was standing. Rocks flew everywhere and a 10-meter-long gully appeared. What a big snake. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Hiss. The stench filled the air. A 30-meter-long giant snake thicker than a water tank appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was covered with black scales and had red eyes. When it stood up, it was 6 meters tall. It was the tail of this giant python that smashed down on him. Iron-scaled giant python. It seems that it has reached class 1 LV3. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Hiss. The iron-scaled python hissed. Following which, its strong and powerful body bounced and pounced toward Lu Ming at an incredible speed. Soaring steps. Lu Ming's toes moved and his body floated up as if he was weightless. Like a phantom, he appeared above the head of the iron-scaled giant python. Landslide. The long spear smashed heavily onto the head of the iron-scaled giant python, bringing with it a terrifying vibrating force. Bang. The spear landed heavily on the head of the iron-scaled giant python. The iron-scaled giant python hissed, and its huge body was sent flying by Lu Ming. After rolling dozens of meters away, 7 or 8 large trees that would require several people to wrap their arms around were crushed by the giant python. Hiss. The iron-scaled giant python struggled to get up. There was a gash on its head and blood flowed out. It looked at Lu Ming with fear in its eyes. Worthy of being a class 1 LV3 iron-scaled giant python. Its defense is really strong. Lu Ming licked his lips in dissatisfaction. If this was seen by others, they would probably die of jealousy. This was a class 3 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a martial grandmaster. Moreover, the iron-scaled giant python was known for its strong defense. To put it bluntly, if it was an ordinary LV9 martial grandmaster, the iron-scaled giant python would not be able to break its defense even if it did not resist. However, Lu Ming's spear had heavily injured the iron-scaled giant python, and it was still not satisfied? The iron-scaled giant python began to retreat and turned to run. Trying to run? Leave behind your demonic core and blood essence. It was not easy to encounter a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast, and Lu Ming would not let it go. He moved and rushed towards the iron-scaled giant python. A few minutes later, the corpse of the iron-scaled giant python lay in the forest. Its head was pierced through by Lu Ming's spear. With my current combat strength, killing a LV1 Martial Grandmaster is not a problem. I wonder if I can kill a LV2 Martial Grandmaster expert? Lu Ming pondered. Through the battle with the iron-scaled giant python, Lu Ming had a clearer understanding of his combat strength. An ordinary first-layer Martial Grandmaster would not be able to put up much of a fight against Xiao Qin. However, the difference between each level of the Martial Master realm was even greater. It was much greater than the difference between the first level of the Martial Master realm. Therefore, Lu Ming would not jump to conclusions if he had not fought with a second-level Martial Master. Immediately, he controlled his bloodline and devoured the iron-scaled giant python's blood essence. As expected of a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast, the essence in its blood essence is much stronger than that of a Class 2 demonic beast. Lu Ming tried his best to absorb and refine the vast energy in his bloodline. His cultivation base was increasing at a rapid rate. The essence in the blood essence of a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast was more than 10 times that of a Class 9 LV2 demonic beast. After refining all the blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early LV9 Martial Grandmaster. But at this moment, the spirit-devouring bloodline emitted a bloody light. On top of the original 4 chakras, the 5th chakra emerged. His bloodline had leveled up to LV5. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since his bloodline had leveled up to LV4, Lu Ming's bloodline had not leveled up for a long time. During this period he had devoured so much blood essence. Finally, he had accumulated enough blood essence to level up again. Whoosh whoosh. Once the LV5 bloodline was activated, the speed of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was greatly increased. Moreover, the speed of devouring and refining the blood essence had also increased. Haha. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Then Lu Ming took out a sword and dug out a longan-sized bead from the iron-scaled giant python's body. This was the monster core of the iron-scaled giant python. It contained a lot of energy. Apart from the blood essence, the monster core contained the most energy. It could be said that 80% of a monster core's energy was in the blood essence and the monster core. The monster core contains a lot of energy. Alchemists can use it to refine pills, but it has more impurities than the blood essence. Can my bloodline devour and refine it? Lu Ming could not help but think of this question. His bloodline was very special. Back at the Dark Blood Mountain, his bloodline could devour and refine the poisonous red liquid. Then could the monster core do the same? If it was possible, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would increase by another level. He did not have to worry about not having enough energy to cultivate because his cultivation of the true Dragon of War art was getting more and more profound. Moreover, the monster core of the same level was much cheaper than the blood essence. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and controlled his bloodline. A strong devouring power was produced. With a swoosh, the monster core in Lu Ming's hand was devoured by the spirit-devouring bloodline. Buzz buzz. Then there was a sizzling sound from the bloodline. After a while, a huge amount of energy essence poured into Lu Ming's body. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately activated the true Dragon of War art and cultivated. Half an hour later, the monster core was completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage of the Martial Master realm. Great! Lu Ming laughed heartily. He realized that the increase in his cultivation level from one demon pill was greater than that from the blood essence. This was because the bloodline would devour half of the blood essence's energy, but the monster core would not. It was completely used to increase his cultivation. Chapter 133. It seems that the function of my bloodline is more wonderful than I thought. I still need to develop it more. Lu Ming said in his heart. He wanted to experiment more. Immediately, his figure flashed and he left to look for other demonic beasts. Not long after, he found another use of his bloodline. When Lu Ming devoured the blood essence of a demonic beast, when he concentrated and deliberately let his bloodline absorb all the energy of the blood essence, the spirit-devouring bloodline absorbed all the blood essence and did not give any energy to Lu Ming. On the other hand, if Lu Ming wanted to use all the energy of the blood essence to improve his cultivation, half of it would be absorbed by the spirit-devouring bloodline. In other words, he could use all the blood essence to improve his bloodline grade, but not all of it to improve his cultivation. This was better. In the future, he could use the monster core to improve his cultivation and the blood essence to improve his bloodline grade. This way his bloodline grade could be upgraded faster. However, there were very few Class 3 demonic beasts in this area. Most of them were Class 2 demonic beasts. Lu Ming decided to go deeper. One day later, in a valley, Lu Ming saw a 10-meter-tall giant ape. Its roar was like thunder and its aura was like a mountain. Lu Ming was so scared that he ran away. This giant ape was at least Class 4 LV3 demonic beast. It was so powerful that Lu Ming was no match for it. After more than 10 miles, Lu Ming stopped. It was not easy to find a suitable demonic beast. It was either too low level or too high level. In the following days, Lu Ming hunted demonic beasts in the coastal mountain range while practicing his martial skills. Of course, Lu Ming did not stop practicing the Raging Flame Vajra art. He would take time to practice it every day. However, the Tao of body refinement was very slow and the progress was very slow. Just like that, a month passed. Finally, the airborne steps broke through to the second level. In this month, Lu Ming hunted 8 Class 1 demonic beasts. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the late stage of the martial master realm. On this day, Lu Ming was practicing the airborne steps. The high air steps had advanced to the second level and it was even more mysterious. Lu Ming's body seemed to be weightless. He could step on the tree branches to walk. When he leaped, he could cross a distance of 50 meters before landing. Whoosh! With a few leaps, Lu Ming reached a mountain peak that was a few hundred meters high. At this time, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He heard the sound of fighting. It was not a fight between demonic beasts, but a fight between humans and demonic beasts. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming leaped down from the mountain peak. His body was as light as a swallow. He was like a big bird as he rushed toward the source of the sound. After 1,000 meters, the sounds became clearer. The roars of the demonic beasts and the shouts of the people could be clearly heard. After passing through a dense forest, the scene in front of them came into view. 8 young men and women stood in the forest. They were not very old, the oldest was only 17 or 18 years old. However, each of them had a dignified appearance, and their auras were vigorous and condensed. They were all experts. A little ahead, a young man with a spear was fighting with a demonic beast. The demonic beast was already covered in wounds. It was only a matter of time before it was killed. A Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed in shock. He could clearly see that the young man's cultivation was only at the peak of the martial master realm. He was able to fight a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast at the peak of the martial master realm. Moreover, he was able to completely suppress the demonic beast. With such combat strength, he would be ranked in the top 3 on the bronze list. However, Lu Ming definitely did not know that young man. Who were these young men? How could they have such combat strength? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up because he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was the Mid-Autumn Moon. The Mid-Autumn Moon's long skirt fluttered in the wind. Her black hair reached her waist. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was as smooth as jade. She was more beautiful than before. Junior brother Wang has improved a lot recently. He can already kill a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast by himself. A young man laughed. As a disciple of the Qilin Academy, killing a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast at the peak of LV9 martial master realm is the most basic requirement. Don't compare us with those trash from the 4 academies. A cold and arrogant voice sounded. Senior brother Jian is right. The other young men quickly said. Who's sneaking around there? Come out. Suddenly, a young man turned around and shouted in Lu Ming's direction. The others looked over. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had been discovered. He immediately stepped out. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you peek at our cultivation? Do you know that this is a serious crime? A cold voice sounded. A young man in silver clothes looked coldly at Lu Ming. Judging from the voice, it was the cold and arrogant young man from before. Lu Ming frowned. This person really made him speechless. He had only taken a few glances. Bastard, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? The cold young man said coldly. Young master, why are you here? Suddenly a surprised voice sounded. Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming in surprise. She then took a few steps and appeared beside Lu Ming. Autumn Moon, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled. Young master, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. Qiu Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with joy, as well as a deep sense of longing. On the other side, the other young men were stunned. Young master? Autumn Moon actually called this young man young master? The cold young man's face was gloomy as he asked, Autumn Moon, what did you call him? Young master? Yes, he is my young master Jian Wuchen. You better be more respectful. Autumn Moon's voice turned cold as a trace of disgust appeared in her eyes. Respect? Aha kid, are you a disciple of the four great courtyards? Jian Wuchen asked. Yes. Lu Ming said indifferently. Autumn Moon, did you hear that? He is a trash from the four great courtyards. How can trash be qualified to be your young master? Autumn Moon, we are all martial artists with special bloodlines. How noble are we? This lowly trash isn't even worthy to carry your shoes. Autumn Moon, you should ask him to scram. Jian Wuchen's eyes were arrogant and indifferent as he looked at Lu Ming with disdain. It was as if a high and mighty emperor was looking at a beggar. Lu Ming frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. This guy thinks too highly of himself. Clang. A white light flashed in Autumn Moon's hand as an ice-like curved blade appeared. She pointed at Jian Wuchen and said in a cold voice, Jian Wuchen, if you insult young master again, I won't hesitate to fight you. A cold murderous intent gushed out. The temperature within a few dozen meters plummeted as if winter had arrived. Lu Ming was surprised. It seemed that Autumn Moon's cultivation had reached an extremely high level after not seeing her for a while. Qiu Yu, you dare to draw your sword against me for a lowly piece of trash? Hateful. Damn it. Jian Wuchen roared. It was simply unbearable. Idiot. Lu Ming suddenly shook his head. Chapter 134. Lu Ming smiled faintly and reached out to grab Autumn Moon's small hand. Then he looked at Jian Wuchen and said, Can't you see that Autumn Moon cares about me a lot? You scolded me in front of the person she cares about. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Bastard, let go of your dog's paw. Jian Wuchen's eyes turned red when he saw Lu Ming grab Autumn Moon's hand. Since the first time he saw Autumn Moon, he had reserved Autumn Moon as his woman. Now Lu Ming actually dared to grab Autumn Moon's hand. Even he had never touched Autumn Moon's hand. How dare this bastard? How is he worthy? The fire of jealousy in his heart was about to burn the 9 heavens. He took a step forward and instantly approached Lu Ming. Then he slashed his palm at Lu Ming. It was clearly just a palm, but it felt like a peerless divine sword being unsheathed. Jian Wuchen, what are you doing? Autumn Moon turned pale with fright. She wanted to stand in front of Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and punched. His fist and Jian Wuchen's palm collided. Boom. There was a loud explosion and energy overflowed. Deep gullies appeared on the ground beneath Lu Ming and Jian Wuchen's feet as if they had been plowed. Both of them staggered back 2 steps. Jian Wuchen, stop. Autumn Moon stood in front of Lu Ming and glared at Jian Wuchen. Seeing Autumn Moon's appearance, Jian Wuchen stopped. However, his expression became even more unsightly. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Little bastard, so you have some ability. You can take 30% of my power. It seems that you are on the so-called bronze list of the 4 great schools, right? Lu Ming smiled indifferently and said, You're not bad to be able to force out 20% of my power. 20% of your power? Ha ha ha, your ability to speak without thinking is not small. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh their heads off? Jian Wuchen laughed, his face full of mockery. The other young men also revealed mocking smiles. Lu Ming said that he only used 20% of his power? Who would believe that? Lu Ming sneered, too lazy to explain. Since you said that you only used 20% of your strength, then I would like to see how strong your full strength is. Jian Wuchen sneered. A sword cry resounded as an ancient sword appeared above his head. This battle sword looked mottled with the passage of time. It was very ancient, as if it had been passed down from ancient times. This was Jian Wuchen's bloodline. The weapon-type bloodlines were all special bloodlines that were incomparably mysterious and hard to fathom. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen a special bloodline. The moment the sword-shaped bloodline appeared, Jian Wuchen's body was filled with sharp sword energy. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. What did he have to fear with a special bloodline? He could see that Jian Wuchen was also at the peak of the 9th level martial master. Just as Lu Ming was about to erupt with his cultivation and fight with Jian Wuchen, Autumn Moon shouted angrily, Jian Wuchen, if you dare to make a move today, you and I will be mortal enemies from now on. Autumn Moon's words were resolute and unquestionable. Jian Wuchen was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The sword-shaped bloodline disappeared and his aura weakened. Young master, let's go. Autumn Moon pulled Lu Ming's hand and dragged him outside. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He allowed Qiu Yu to pull him forward and they disappeared from this place. Senior brother Jian, a mere trash from the 4 great courtyards, dares to contradict you and walk so close to junior sister Autumn Moon. He really deserves to die. Another young man said. Looking at the direction where Lu Ming and Autumn Moon disappeared, Jian Wuchen's eyes were burning with jealousy and killing intent. That kid can take 30% of senior brother Jian's attack. He should be on the so-called bronze list of the 4 great courtyards. Without my Qilin courtyard, these people on the bronze list really think that they are geniuses. How ridiculous. A young man in a blue robe said with a smile. It's time for my Qilin courtyard to go out and walk around. Otherwise, the other 4 great courtyards will forget about us and look down on us. Jian Wuchen said coldly. Whoosh. In the next moment, his figure moved and turned into a sword light, rushing toward the Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. With a puff, the demonic beast was directly cut in half and blood splattered everywhere. Autumn Moon pulled Lu Ming for a few miles before stopping. Young master, although Jian Wuchen is hateful and annoying, his talent is terrifyingly high and his combat strength is extremely powerful. It's not suitable for young master to fight with him now. Autumn Moon explained to Lu Ming, fearing that Lu Ming would feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled and stretched out his hand to scratch the tip of Autumn Moon's nose, saying, "If you didn't pull me away, I would have beaten him down." Autumn Moon blinked her eyes and blushed. She didn't take it seriously and said, "Young master, during this time Autumn Moon missed you very much." "Did you?" Autumn Moon's face turned red as she shyly lowered her head. She couldn't continue her words. "Our Autumn Moon is so beautiful. How could young master not miss you? I've been thinking about you all the time." Lu Ming whispered in Autumn Moon's ear. Autumn Moon's face turned even redder. Even her neck was red as she said, Really? Of course it's true. When has young master ever lied to you?" Lu Ming said with a serious face. Autumn Moon's face revealed a happy smile, but in the next moment she revealed a worried expression and said, "It's a pity that master doesn't allow me to go out and explore. Unless I reach the 4th layer of the martial master realm, Autumn Moon can accompany young master." "Autumn Moon, has your bloodline awakened?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "It has awakened. Young master, look." After saying that, a bloody light flashed on Autumn Moon's back and a snow-white mass of qi emerged. At the same time, a cold air spread out. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he felt cold all over. What made Lu Ming even more surprised was that there were 8 blood-red chakras on the snow-white mass of qi. 8 chakras, level 8 bloodline. Lu Ming was shocked. In the next moment, Autumn Moon withdrew her bloodline and the temperature rose. "Autumn Moon, is this the ice bloodline?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. "Yes." Autumn Moon nodded. "It's the ice bloodline indeed." Lu Ming was shocked and then overjoyed. There were several types of special bloodlines. The most common ones were weapon-type bloodlines. There was also a natural-type bloodline. For example, ice, fire, wind, blood, thunder, and so on. This type of bloodline was born from nature and was innately compatible with these elements. It was incomparably wonderful and powerful. Cultivating related martial skills and even comprehending the corresponding force had a unique advantage. However, natural-type bloodlines were too rare. It was hard to find one in 100 million people. Moreover, the bloodline level was up to level 8, which was even rarer. Duanmu Lin was known as a peerless genius, but his bloodline was only at level 7. Most of the newcomers of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were only at level 6. No wonder Autumn Moon's master wanted her to reach the 4th layer of the martial master realm before letting her go out. Chapter 135. Why were the disciples of the Qilin courtyard so mysterious and hidden so deeply? It was a type of protection to prevent other sects from assassinating them. You have to listen to your master. Your master is doing this for your own good. Lu Ming said seriously. Autumn Moon stuck out her tongue and said, "I know, young master. It's just that I can't stay by your side and take care of you right now. Then you have to work hard and cultivate. When you reach the 4th level of the martial master realm, young master will bring you to roam the world." Lu Ming encouraged. "Really? Young master, you can't lie to me." Autumn Moon's eyes were filled with expectation. "Of course it's true. When has young master ever lied to you?" Lu Ming smiled. Time passed as the two of them chatted. Very quickly an hour had passed. "Young master, I have to go. Master should be looking for me." Autumn Moon said reluctantly. "Go. With your talent, we can roam the world together very soon." Lu Ming pinched Autumn Moon's face and smiled. Autumn Moon's big eyes flickered with mist. Suddenly she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming's face. Then she turned around and ran away with a red face. Like a frightened rabbit, she ran very quickly and disappeared into the mountain forest in the blink of an eye. Feeling the faint moisture and fragrance on his face, Lu Ming smiled and said in a low voice, "This girl, after not seeing her for a while, her courage has grown by quite a bit." Shaking his head slightly, he turned around and left. In the following days he continued to cultivate and hunt demonic beasts. His martial skills and cultivation were both steadily increasing. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The harvest of this month was gratifying. The fire astral spear technique finally made a breakthrough and reached the 6th level, the realm of man and martial arts as one. However, the high air steps was only cultivated to the peak of the 2nd level and had not broken through to the 3rd level. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. The next step would be the martial master realm. It's time to go back. Calculating the time, it had been more than 2 months since Lu Ming entered the coastal mountain range. On the path of cultivation there was tension and relaxation. One could not blindly cultivate. Blindly cultivating might not necessarily have good results. With a slight movement, Lu Ming headed towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Half a day later, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. Senior apprentice brother Lu Ming, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't make it in time. Pang Shi hurriedly said when he saw Lu Ming. Can't make it? Why can't I make it in time? Lu Ming asked curiously. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong's engagement banquet. Hua Qi walked out of the room with an invitation in his hand. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong are engaged? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. 7 days ago, Zhang Muyun personally came to send you an invitation. Unfortunately, you weren't around, so he left this invitation with me. Hua Qi passed the invitation to Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened the invitation. The date was today, and the address was at Mystic Sword City Swordsmanship Courtyard. Lu Ming had heard of the Swordsmanship Courtyard before. It was very famous in Mystic Sword City. It was known for its elegant environment. Many famous people would choose to host their wedding at the Swordsmanship Courtyard. Then I'm just in time. It's just right if I go now. Lu Ming smiled. The sun had not set yet, so it was not too late to go. Lu Ming had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He was a friend that could be made. Since the other party was engaged to Zhuo Yirong, and he personally came to send him an invitation, Lu Ming naturally had to go. Do you guys want to go together? Lu Ming asked. Forget it. The people going this time are all experts. We won't join in the fun. Hua Qi said. Lu Ming knew that Hua Qi was arrogant and did not say anything else. He bid farewell and headed towards Mystic Sword City. Mystic Sword City Swordsmanship Courtyard was unusually lively. The red light shone brightly, and the atmosphere was festive. Zhang Muyun was extremely talented. Before Lu Ming's rise, he was ranked first on the bronze leaderboard. Even Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king, was suppressed by him. Moreover, he was easygoing and generous. He had the demeanor of a king and was very popular in the Mystic Sword sect. This time he was engaged to Zhuo Yirong. Out of the 60 people on the bronze leaderboard, more than 50 people came. Not only that, there were also some silver disciples, elders, deacons, and even a few silver-robed elders. Including Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong's family, there were a few hundred people in the swordsmanship courtyard. There was a small lake in the swordsmanship courtyard. There was a flat space, and dozens of banquet tables were set up in the empty space. Although the banquet had not started yet, most of the guests had already arrived. Those who were familiar with each other sat at a table and chatted with each other. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked like a guard stumbled in. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and one side of his face was swollen. Zhang Ji, what happened? Zhang Muyun's father, who was beside him, stood up and asked coldly. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the others, and they looked over in surprise. Old master, young master, there are people outside without an invitation. We only asked them about it and they attacked us and forced their way in. We couldn't stop them. The guard said loudly. What invitation? Do we need an invitation for the place we are going? An arrogant and cold voice was heard. 3 young men walked over. Who are you? Don't you know that today is senior brother Zhang's engagement day? How dare you force your way in? A disciple of the Azure Dragon Institute stood up and shouted. His name was Wu Kuei, and he was ranked 43rd on the bronze leaderboard. Yo, a mere bronze leaderboard disciple getting engaged. What's the big deal? What's there to be afraid of? A young man with a saber in his arms sneered. Arrogant. Let's see what you have. Wu Kuei shouted angrily. He moved like an eagle and pounced on the young man with the saber. He clawed at the young man with the saber. Petty tricks. How dare you show off in front of an expert? The young man with the saber sneered and struck out with his palm. Whoosh. The young man with the saber struck out with his palm. Although it was just a palm, everyone felt as if they saw a peerless saber being unsheathed. The saber radiance shot up into the sky and slashed at Wu Kuei's claw. In the next moment, Wu Kuei screamed in pain and his body flew back. He crashed into 2 tables before regaining his balance. However, his body was trembling and one of his palms was dripping with blood. Everyone was shocked and looked at the young man with the saber in shock. To be able to injure Wu Kuei with a casual slash of his palm, his combat strength was definitely not ordinary. Wu Kuei was ranked 43rd on the bronze leaderboard. Only the top 20 geniuses on the bronze leaderboard could defeat him so easily. However, these people were unfamiliar. They weren't disciples of the 4 great halls. Where did these geniuses come from? Zhang Muyun stood up and clasped his fist. Who are you? I don't think I have offended you. Hee, you must be Zhang Muyun, who is ranked 2nd on the bronze leaderboard, right? One of the young men with a cold expression said. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this cold young man as Jian Wuchen from the Qilin Institute. Chapter 136. That's right. Zhang Muyun said. There's no harm in telling you. Just prick up your ears and listen carefully. The 3 of us are disciples of the Qilin courtyard. Jian Wuchen said with an arrogant look on his face. What? Disciples of the Qilin courtyard? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this, revealing a shocked expression. These people were actually geniuses of the Qilin courtyard? Although the Qilin courtyard was one of the 5 great courtyards of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, it had always been very mysterious. The outside world didn't know how many disciples it had and how many disciples it recruited every year. Even many silver-robed elders didn't know. Looking at the shocked expressions of the people present, Jian Wuchen and the others revealed a look of enjoyment. They liked to see the shocked expressions of others. They had a special bloodline and were born noble. They were born to enjoy the reverence, envy, and shock of others. This feeling made them very comfortable. So it's the disciples of the Qilin courtyard. Today is my engagement. If you're here to congratulate me, then please take a seat. If not, then please leave. If there's anything, we'll talk about it another day. Even in front of the disciples of the Qilin courtyard, Zhang Muyun still spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zhang Muyun's tone caused the faces of Jian Wuchen and the others to sink. Another day? Why another day? We chose your engagement day to come today. I heard that most of the people on the so-called bronze list are here today. It saves us the trouble of looking for them one by one. During this period of time, I've heard that the people on the bronze list of the 4 great academies are known as the strongest group of geniuses in the martial master realm. When I heard that, I found it extremely funny. I specially came here to let you know what the true strongest martial master is. Your so-called strongest martial master is trash in front of us. Jian Wuchen smiled faintly. His tone was full of disdain. On the field, the expressions of some of the geniuses on the bronze list changed. The geniuses on the bronze list indeed represented the strongest group of people in the martial master realm. Each of them was very powerful. An ordinary peak 9th level martial master could be dealt with in one move in front of them. Now, a few people from the Qilin courtyard said that they were all trash? Geniuses were all arrogant. Although the people in front of them were disciples of the Qilin courtyard, some of the people on the bronze list revealed a cold light in their eyes. What? You want to fight? Good, I want to see how strong you are. The young man sneered. Then he looked at Wu Kuei with an exaggerated expression and said, Don't tell me you're also on the bronze list. Wu Kuei's face flushed red. He had just been defeated in one move, and found it hard to speak. Seeing Wu Kuei's expression, the young man laughed exaggeratedly. Haha, so you really are on the bronze list. A piece of trash like you is actually on the bronze list? Senior brother Jian, I've already said that the disciples of the 4 great academies are all trash. What bronze list? I think they're all about the same. I've lost interest in them. Damn it, how arrogant. You only defeated Wu Kuei. Do you really think that you are invincible? The young man's words caused a wave of angry roars. Not only were the geniuses on the bronze list displeased, but many silver disciples and even elders were displeased. This was because the words of the young man with the saber had included the 4 great academies. Shut up. The young man with the saber coldly shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He said with a mocking expression, If you want to prove that you're not trash, then make your move as long as you can defeat me. The scene suddenly fell silent as everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one stepped forward. These young men were obviously martial masters, so it was impossible for the silver disciples to make their move. Judging from the young man's attack, it was simply unfathomable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also afraid. They all wanted someone else to test the young man's strength first, so they did not make their move. Ah, senior brother Lu, you're too strong. How would they dare to make their move? I'm enough to deal with the trash of the 4 great academies. The other young man, who was the strongest among the 3, stepped forward. Boom. Then the young man's aura surged, revealing his cultivation. Early stage martial master 9th realm. Everyone could tell at a glance that this strong young man's cultivation should have just reached the early stage martial master 9th realm. I'm a new disciple this year. My cultivation has just reached the martial master 9th realm. How about it? Genius on the bronze list, come and fight with me. Don't tell me you don't even dare to fight with me? The strong young man had a mocking smile on his face. The people on the bronze list were even more furious. This was an insult, a naked insult. They actually let a disciple who had just entered the martial master 9th realm challenge them. They did not put them in their eyes at all. I'll fight with you. A young man on the bronze list stepped forward. Everyone immediately recognized that this person was Su Xian, ranked 42nd on the bronze list. He was 1 rank higher than Wu Kuei. What's your rank on the bronze list? The strong young man asked. 42. Su Xian said. 42? You also want to fight with me and defeat you in 1 move? The strong young man smiled faintly. 1 move? Su Xian's face was incomparably gloomy. This strong young man did not put him in his eyes. Even if he was a genius of the Qilin courtyard, he was only a disciple who had just entered this year. He actually dared to threaten to defeat him in 1 move. How laughable. Did he think he was Lu Ming? Then let's see how you'll defeat me in 1 move. Su Xian roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear pierced out, emitting an ear-piercing whistle. Boom. Defeat. Su Xian softly spat out a word and punched out. This punch was filled with a jet-black light. The strong youth's fist was like a piece of metal, but it was also like a jet-black sun, emitting a sharp light. Clang. The fist hit Su Xian's long spear, emitting a deafening roar. In the next moment, the strong young man's fist shot out rays of jet-black light, destroying all of Su Xian's defenses and attacks. Su Xian screamed as his body flew out heavily and fell heavily on the ground, his body dripping with blood. Defeated, Su Xian was defeated. He was defeated in 1 move by the opponent, and his ending was exactly the same as Wu Kuei's. Sounds of people inhaling cold air could be heard from the audience. Was this the genius of the Qilin courtyard? Wasn't this too strong? He actually defeated Su Xian in 1 move. Was he really a disciple who had just entered this year? No wonder 3 of the 4 geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect came from the Qilin courtyard. Only Duanmu Lin, with his exceptional talent, occupied one of the spots. How terrifying. Unable to withstand a single blow. What a trash. The strong young man sneered. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be king. What bronze list? What strongest martial masters? They are all trash. They are just like children playing house. They are just like mud. When they meet a real genius, they are nothing. Chapter 137. Don't be so arrogant. Su Xian is only ranked 42nd. Don't think that you're invincible. I'll fight you. A young man walked out. Pu Sicong is going to fight. Pu Sicong used to be ranked 19th on the bronze list, but this time he's ranked 20th. He's much stronger than Su Xian. Someone recognized the person who spoke. Pu Sicong had fought with Ling Kong during the 4 Academies tournament. Everyone was looking forward to Pu Sicong teaching the strong young man a lesson. What's your rank on the bronze list? The strong young man asked with a smile. Not high. I'm only ranked 20th. There are still 19 people stronger than me. Pu Sicong said. 20th. The strong young man shook his head and said, You're not my opponent. Let's find someone stronger. Arrogance. You'll know after we fight. Pu Sicong strode forward and arrived in front of the strong young man. Junior brother, these trash won't cry until they see the coffin. Let's end this quickly and let them know how much of a trash they are. Jian Wuchen said coldly. Aha, senior brother Jian, don't worry. The strong young man grinned and shouted, Kid, take this. Boom. The strong young man also threw out a punch. His fist was black and shiny, emitting a metallic luster. Clang. Pu Sicong unsheathed his sword and sword chi soared into the sky. The azure sword chi almost materialized as it avoided the strong young man's fist and slashed at him. You want to avoid my fist? Dream on. The strong young man sneered. His fist seemed to pass through space and instantly landed on Pu Sicong's sword. A loud sound rang out. Just like when he fought with Su Xian, a sharp black light shot out from his fist towards Pu Sicong. Pu Sicong's face changed. His body moved and borrowed the strength of his opponent to retreat. He waved his sword and slashed out a dozen sword lights to block the black light. Not bad to be able to block one of my moves. But what about next? The well-built young man laughed loudly as he rushed towards Pu Sikhong. He continuously punched out with his fists, and terrifying fist energies enveloped Pu Sikhong, causing continuous explosions. Pu Sikhong used his sword art and slashed out sword lights to block with all his strength. Boom, boom. In an instant the two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Then a figure flew out and coughed out blood in the air. It was Pu Sikhong. He lost again. Even if he tried his best, he could only last for a dozen moves. Everyone's heart sank. Was this really a disciple who had just joined this year? Isn't he too strong? Everyone could see that the young man's profound rank low-grade fist technique had already reached the 4th stage, and he was not far from the 5th stage. Moreover, his physical body was also very strong. It was at least rank 2. More importantly, the other party's bloodline hadn't even awakened yet, but he was already so powerful. If he participated in the grand competition of the 4 academies, he would definitely cause a sensation. Everyone's tea. Could it be that to deal with a disciple who had just entered this year, they had to send out the top 10 experts of the bronze list? This time, there were a total of 8 people in the top 10 of the bronze list. Bu Xingkai, Duan Gang, Ling Kong, Duanmu Chen, Chengfei Luan, and the others all had ugly expressions. Even if they won against a disciple who had just entered this year, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, Jian Wuchen and the young man with the saber had not made a move yet. The other party obviously had no intention of giving up today. They would not leave until the winner was decided. If things went wrong, everyone on the bronze list would lose face today. Let me do it. At this moment, a burly young man walked out. It's Su Song. It's great that Su Song is here. Everyone was slightly happy. Before the 4 academies tournament, Su Song was ranked 8th on the bronze list. Although the rise of Lu Ming and Ling Kong had pushed him out of the top 10, he was ranked 11th. But his combat strength was indeed very strong, much stronger than Pu Sikhong. Junior brother Su, be careful. Duan Gang said. Both of them came from the Black Tortoise Academy and had a good relationship. At the same time, they were the 2 strongest disciples of the Black Tortoise Academy. Su Song nodded and walked out. Su Song, 11th on the bronze list. Please enlighten me. Su Song cupped his fist. He 11th. It seems that an interesting person has finally come. The strong young man licked his lips and sneered. Fight. Without any superfluous words, the 2 of them fought. Everyone stared at them without blinking, hoping that Su Song would win. Su Song's fighting style was very similar to Duan Gang's. He cultivated his physical body and defensive martial skills, leaning towards defense and close combat. As for the strong young man from the Qilin Academy, he also leaned towards close combat. The 2 of them punched each other, constantly bombarding each other, like 2 savage beasts colliding. The battle was incomparably intense as fist force shot out. However, the strong young man was indeed incomparably powerful. It was clearly the 4th level of a low-grade profound rank fist technique, but when he used it, the battle strength he displayed was much stronger than other people's fist techniques of the same level. Su Song had no choice but to erupt his bloodline and fight. Fortunately, Su Song's defensive martial skill was very strong and blocked the strong young man's attack. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of moves and it was difficult to determine the victor. Damn it, to be able to block so many of my moves, watch me break your turtle shell. The strong young man roared. It was as if it was a great humiliation for him to have so many of his moves blocked. Boom. A bloody light flashed on the strong young man's body. Following that, an ancient glove appeared on his head. Glove bloodline? Could this be the legendary special bloodline? Everyone was shocked and looked curiously. For most of them, it was their first time seeing a special bloodline. The glove was black in color and filled with an ancient aura. Everyone could even see that there were scars left by swords and sabers on the glove, as if it had gone through a fierce battle. A vast and mighty fist intent permeated the air. There were 6 chakras on the glove. It was obvious that it was a level 6 bloodline. Following that, the glove bloodline flashed and disappeared, disappearing into the strong young man's body. The strong young man's aura surged. Break it! The strong young man shouted and threw out a punch. His fist aura surged and reached its peak. Boom! The terrifying fist force blasted on the turtle shell shield around Su Song's body. Amidst the violent explosion, Su Song staggered back. His face was a little pale as his defensive martial skill was almost broken. Again, let's see how many of my punches you can block. Boom! Boom! Streaks of pitch black fist force were extremely violent. Su Song was completely suppressed and could only defend with all his might. But even so, he was only able to block more than 10 moves before his defensive martial skill was broken through by the strong young man and his fist landed on his chest. Su Song screamed as his body flew out dozens of meters and fell heavily on the ground. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was weak. Su Song was severely injured with one punch. Junior brother Su. Duan Gang rushed over. After checking on Su Song, his face was filled with anger. He glared at the strong young man and said, "It's just a spar. You're too ruthless." It's his fault for not admitting defeat. He asked for it. Chapter 138. The others were silent. The strong youth was too strong. Even Su Song, who was ranked 11th, had been defeated. Did they really need the top 10 geniuses to fight? The opponent was only a disciple who had just entered this year and was only at the early 9th level of the martial master realm. If they sent out the top 10 geniuses, even if they won, they would lose face. From now on, the bronze list would no longer have any prestige in the 4 great academies. If a genius on the bronze list was trampled under the feet of a new disciple of the Qilin courtyard, what prestige would they have left? But if they didn't fight, others would think that the entire bronze list was afraid of a new disciple of the Qilin courtyard. Unless they won a great victory today, the bronze list was destined to lose face. A person stepped out. Everyone's eyes narrowed. It was Ling Kong. Was he going to fight? Ling Kong walked in front of the strong youth and said with a cold face, "You're not my opponent. Let's change." Even when facing a disciple of the Qilin courtyard, Ling Kong was still domineering. "Haha, ridiculous. We'll know after we fight." The strong youth laughed, his aura oppressive. "Junior brother, your bloodline has already erupted. You'll be at a disadvantage if you fight with him. Let me do it." Jian Wuchen smiled and took a few steps forward. "Haha, senior brother Jian, you're going to fight? I thought senior brother Jian wasn't interested in this trash." The strong youth laughed. Jian Wuchen revealed a disdainful smile and said, "They still have some hope in their hearts. They still want to fight with us. I'll completely defeat them and let them know who they are." "Ah, senior brother Jian is right." The strong youth and the youth holding the saber laughed. "Nonsense. Strength is not bragging. It depends on real ability. Let me see what kind of ability you have." Ling Kong's eyes revealed a fierce light. His body began to emit cracking sounds as it began to expand rapidly. In a few breaths, Ling Kong's originally majestic body became even stronger. He was like a giant ape. At the beginning, Ling Kong used the berserk beast art. "Take this." With a loud roar, the thick iron rod whistled through the air and swept towards Jian Wuchen. The iron rod swept across and the space seemed to tremble. It was obvious that Ling Kong's combat strength had improved in the past few months. Insignificant skill. Jian Wuchen didn't draw his sword. Instead, he formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed out. A beam of sword chi, condensed and translucent like jade, slashed through the air. Condensing chi into a weapon, how is that possible? The spectators were shocked. Condensing chi into a weapon was a method that only a martial grandmaster could use. Jian Wuchen was clearly only at the peak of the 9th layer of the martial master realm, but he was already able to use the methods of a martial grandmaster. It was simply terrifying. Clang. The sparkling and translucent sword chi clashed with the iron cudgel in the air, emitting a shocking boom. Bang, bang, bang. Then he groaned in the air and took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. What? With a single strike he knocked Ling Tian, who was in his strongest state, back 7 to 8 steps? Everyone was shocked and found it hard to believe. Jian Wuchen didn't even use his sword. It looked like a casual slash. Wasn't this too strong? Oh, not bad. To be able to receive an attack with 40% of my power, it seems that the people on the bronze list aren't all trash. Jian Wuxuang said lightly. Everyone was even more shocked. That sword strike just now was only 40% of his strength? How could this be? Impossible. Ling Tian roared. Jian Wuxuang didn't even draw his sword, nor did he use his bloodline. It was hard for Ling Tian to accept that Jian Wuxuang only used 40% of his strength. He thought that Jian Wuxuang was deliberately saying this to suppress their morale. Boom. Taking a heavy step in the air, his huge body pounced on Jian Wuxuang like an enraged demonic beast. The iron cudgel swung down with a whistling sound. Even a small hill would be smashed by this blow. Then let's make it 60%. Jian Wuchen took a step forward and stabbed forward with his sword. An emerald sword chi violently slashed out, as if it had penetrated the space. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Ling Tian. Not good. Ling Tian's face changed greatly. At this time he withdrew his iron cudgel to resist, but it was too late. He could only erupt with all his genuine qi to resist. Blood splattered everywhere. Ling Tian's shoulder was pierced. His body retreated dozens of meters, leaving a trail of blood. He was defeated. Jian Wuchen's sword was not only powerful, but also incredibly fast. It's not enough to only use brute force. Next. Jian Wuchen's disdainful voice came out of his mouth. The audience quieted down. With Ling Tian's battle strength, he was defeated in 2 moves. Moreover, Jian Wuchen said that he had only used 60% of his strength. Although they did not know whether this was true or not, their strength was simply unfathomable and terrifying. Now, only Duan Gang, Bu Xingkai, and Zhang Muyun were stronger than Ling Tian. Duan Gang's strength was similar to Ling Tian's, so he was definitely not Jian Wuchen's opponent. The remaining 2 were Zhang Muyun and Bu Xingkai. Today was Zhang Muyun's engagement day. Did he have to fight in person? Bu Xingkai frowned. He did not want to fight, but he had to do it in today's situation. This was not a matter of a single yard, but of the entire bronze list. It was difficult for him to stay out of it. Finally, Bu Xingkai walked out of the crowd. Is Bu Xingkai going to fight? A glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes. After all, Bu Xingkai was ranked 4th, which was higher than Duan Gang and Ling Tian. Everyone hoped that he could defeat Jian Wuchen. Even if he could not, he could force Jian Wuchen to use all his strength, which would give Zhang Muyun more confidence. I'm Bu Xingkai, a disciple of White Tiger Yard. May I know your name? Bu Xingkai cupped his fists. Who cares what your name is? Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Don't think that I will go easy on you. Jian Wuchen waved his hand casually, looking at Bu Xingkai with disdain. Bu Xingkai was speechless and his face was gloomy. This was also the first time he saw a disciple from the Qilin courtyard. Their strength made him feel apprehensive. He originally wanted to make friends with them, but he didn't expect that he would use his hot face to stick to their cold butt. After being ridiculed in front of everyone, his face was completely lost. The storage ring on his hand shone, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Look at you. You can't be that strong. Hurry up and fight. Otherwise you won't have the chance to fight. Jian Wuchen said. A cold light flashed in Bu Xingkai's eyes. Even Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang had not underestimated him. Bu Xingkai made his move. The long spear pierced through the air and shot towards Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen smiled faintly. He still did not draw his sword but used his sword finger to meet the attack. As he waved his sword, a sizzling sound rang out incessantly, and an endless stream of emerald sword qi burst forth. Ding ding ding, dense sounds of collision rang out. Then Bu Xingkai was forced to retreat. He was obviously at a disadvantage. Toxic Dragon Drill. Bu Xingkai shouted and used his trump card. Chapter 139. Not bad. Ancient Jade 8 kill, human kill. Jian Wuchen shouted. A terrifying murderous aura filled the air, accompanied by a terrifying sword light. The sword light struck Bu Xingkai's poison dragon. Boom. The powerful force blasted a huge pit on the ground. If it weren't for some silver-ranked disciples and elders, the tables and chairs nearby would have been smashed into pieces. Clang. With a loud vibration, Bu Xingkai's spear flew out of his hand and pierced into a rockery in the distance. Bu Xingkai's body trembled violently as he retreated more than 20 steps. Before he could stabilize himself, a silver-level disciple of the White Tiger Hall moved and appeared behind Bu Xingkai, blocking his retreat. Bu Xingkai's expression changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his hand trembled. Everyone saw that the sleeve on his right hand was tattered and his arm was covered with bloody scars. Those bloody scars were like small swords. What a domineering sword technique. What a domineering strength. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Zhang Muyun, don't let these small fries do it. It's a waste of my time. You do it yourself. Let me see your strength. Jian Wuchen looked at Zhang Muyun. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Muyun. Now they could only rely on Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming, who was ranked 1st, wasn't here. Good. I've long heard that the Qilin Hall only recruits peerless geniuses, and most of them have special bloodlines. Now that I've seen it for myself, the rumors are true. In the past, I wanted to ask the disciples of the Qilin Hall for guidance, but I couldn't. Zhang Muyun stepped forward, his eyes flashing like lightning. Brother Muyun, be careful. Zhuo Yirong said worriedly. Don't worry. Zhang Muyun smiled and walked over to Jian Wuchen. Zhang Muyun, make your move. Let's see if you're qualified to make me draw my sword. Jian Wuchen said indifferently. He was extremely confident. Arrogant. How can you not draw your sword when facing Zhang Muyun? How can Zhang Muyun's strength be compared to others? Some disciples on the bronze list whispered. They looked at Zhang Muyun with hope in their eyes. The only one who could save the honor of the bronze list was Zhang Muyun. Zhang Muyun smiled, not minding it. But in the next moment, a sharp, domineering and indestructible aura erupted from Zhang Muyun's body. Jian Wuchen's complexion changed for the first time. He muttered in disbelief, "This is force, the force of metal." Behind them, the expressions of the young man holding the saber and the muscular young man also changed. How is that possible? A mere trash from the 4 great academies is actually able to comprehend force at the martial master realm? Damn it, how is this possible? The young man holding the saber shouted in disbelief. As someone with a special bloodline, he hadn't been able to comprehend force, even though he was high and mighty. Yet, a piece of trash with an ordinary bloodline was able to comprehend force. He found it hard to accept. So what if you have a special bloodline? There are also peerless geniuses with ordinary bloodlines. There are even people who can awaken the bloodline of ancient divine beasts, which far surpasses special bloodlines. What's there to be arrogant about? A genius on the bronze list said. Seeing the horrified expressions of the few people from the Qilin courtyard, the spectators in the surroundings felt refreshed. He finally had a chance to refute. The young man holding the saber and the muscular young man had gloomy expressions. Do you think you're a match for senior brother Jian just because you've comprehended force? How naive. The young man holding the saber snorted coldly. Jian Wuchen's complexion changed slightly before he recovered. He regained his confidence and said, Zhang Muyun, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. You have the qualifications to make me draw my sword, and you also have the qualifications to know my name. Remember, my name is Jian Wuchen. I'm someone you'll never be able to surpass in your lifetime. Bang. As soon as Jian Wuchen finished speaking, a sharp and all-conquering aura erupted from his body. Force, the force of metal. Jian Wuchen had actually comprehended the force of metal as well. He actually comprehended the force of metal as well? How is that possible? Could it be that the Qilin courtyard is so strong? During the 4 Great Academies tournament, Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun had both displayed force and shocked the 4 Great Academies. Both of them were known as geniuses that only appeared once every few years in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. But now, a random young man from the Qilin courtyard had actually comprehended force as well. It was truly a blow to their confidence. I know he must have a special sword bloodline. I heard that special bloodlines have all sorts of miraculous abilities. Some people can comprehend force faster through their bloodline. A silver-robed elder spoke. Everyone's heart shook. A special bloodline is actually so miraculous? Clang. Their forces collided in the air and actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. There were even sparks that flew out. Clang. Clang. 2 sword cries resounded. Both of them drew their swords at almost the same time. 2 resplendent sword chi shot into the sky and an icy cold sword chi filled the entire sword dance courtyard. 2 figures transformed into 2 sword lights and pounced at each other. Clang. A rumble resounded as sword chi wantonly erupted. The ground was swept by the sword chi, leaving behind dense sword marks. Swoosh, swoosh. Figures flashed and several silver-robed elders appeared in front of them. An invisible force spread out and blocked the dense sword chi. 4-season sword technique, bleak autumn wind. Ancient jade 8 kills, heavenly kill. 2 sword lights filled with destructive power met in the air. The 2 sword chi converged into one and soared into the sky. Bang. A large area of the ground beneath their feet was struck by the sword chi and sank deeply. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, it was an intense confrontation. The 2 people unfolded a fierce battle. Everyone stared intently at the sky. Zhang Muyun, you have to win. Everyone was looking forward to Zhang Muyun's comeback. Not good, Zhang Muyun has already unleashed his bloodline, but Jian Wuchen hasn't. Suddenly, a low and deep voice was heard. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Muyun had already unleashed his bloodline and displayed his full strength, but Jian Wuchen had yet to unleash his bloodline. Without unleashing his bloodline, Jian Wuchen was actually able to tie with Zhang Muyun. The feeling that Jian Wuchen gave people was simply unfathomable. No one knew how much strength he had used. Jian Wuchen's cultivation method is definitely not a yellow rank cultivation method. It should be a black rank cultivation method. The true qi cultivated by a black rank cultivation method is more vigorous and condensed than a yellow rank cultivation method. A silver-robed elder explained to everyone. Moreover, his true chi contains an extremely strong sword aura. It's like a sword. It should be an advantage of his bloodline. Another silver-robed elder explained. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Jian Wuchen was so strong. His true chi was stronger than Zhang Muyun's. Then their hearts turned cold. How could Jian Wuchen be so strong? Was the reputation of the Bronze List and the 4 great academies destined to be ruined today? It's over. Ancient Jade 8 kills, Heavenly Kill. Chapter 140. Screech. A soft sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh could be heard, causing everyone's heart to jump. Then, everyone saw Zhang Muyun's figure retreating a dozen meters away and standing with his sword in hand. There was a bloody wound on his shoulder and blood was seeping out. Did Zhang Muyun lose? Everyone's heart turned cold. I've lost. The genius of the Qilin courtyard is indeed worthy of his reputation. Suddenly Zhang Muyun let out a long sigh. You're not bad to be able to exchange so many moves with me, but that's all. You can't make me use my full strength. The 4 great academies and the Bronze List are really disappointing. Jian Wuchen said with a contemptuous smile as he held his long sword in his hand. Many people's faces turned ugly, but they couldn't refute because the truth was right in front of them. The more they refuted, the more disgraceful it would be. Jian Wuchen, I'm indeed not your opponent, but I'm not the strongest on the Bronze List. There's another person above me. Isn't it too early for you to insult the entire Bronze List? Zhang Muyun frowned. Everyone's heart trembled. Yes, there was another person above Zhang Muyun. A peerless genius who rushed to the top of the Bronze List in his first year in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming. Everyone thought of Lu Ming. 2 months ago Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun fought. Although Lu Ming only had a slight upper hand. But with Lu Ming's astonishing improvement speed, would he be even stronger after 2 months? Would he be able to fight with Jian Wuchen? I know that you're only ranked 2nd on the Bronze List. It's said that the first is a guy called Lu Ming. Where is he? Get him out here and fight with me. I want to completely crush him so that you guys won't have any delusions. Jian Wuchen said arrogantly. Although he had met Lu Ming in the coastal mountain range, he didn't know Lu Ming's name. Of course, he didn't know that he had already met Lu Ming, who was ranked 1st on the Bronze List. Lu Ming isn't here today. Otherwise he would definitely be able to fight with you. Ling Kong said in a deep voice. Can fight with me? You guys really know how to comfort yourselves. Then tell him to come out. He's not here, right? Send someone to call him over so that I won't have to look for him in the future. Let's settle this once and for all today. Jian Wuchen said. Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, Ling Kong and the others were silent. They didn't know where Lu Ming was. Moreover, they weren't sure if Lu Ming could really fight Jian Wuchen. Haha, why didn't you send someone to look for him? Did he know that he was no match for me? What number 1 on the Bronze List? I think they're all the same. What Lu Ming? If I use my full strength I can finish him off in 3 moves. Jian Wuchen sneered. The other 2 geniuses from the Qilin Academy also laughed loudly. It's a pity that that guy isn't here. Otherwise I would be able to ruthlessly torture him. Jian Wuchen's gaze swept over the crowd. He was somewhat disappointed. Of course he was looking for Lu Ming. Which son of a bitch is looking for me? At this moment, a clear voice came from afar. This voice was very familiar to many people. As soon as the voice sounded, most of their hearts skipped a beat. A name jumped into their minds, Lu Ming. Lu Ming is here. Their eyes quickly looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, they saw a young man in a black robe. He had a slender figure and a faint smile on his face. He had his hands behind his back as he walked over step by step. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? Lu Ming really came. For some reason, most people couldn't help but feel hopeful and happy. Zhang Muyun, Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Bushinkai, Zhuiyirong, Chengfei Wan, they were all the same. They all subconsciously thought that as long as Lu Ming came, he would be able to defeat his opponent. When they came back to their senses they were shocked. They didn't know why they had such a feeling. Perhaps it was because Lu Ming had created too many miracles in the 4 Academies tournament. Jian Wuchen also turned his head to look. With a glance, a strong killing intent spread out from his body. Little bastard, it's you? Jian Wuchen shouted angrily. Son of a bitch, weren't you looking for me just now? Why are you so angry when you see me? Lu Ming still had a faint smile on his face. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked over in a relaxed manner. Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to senior brother Jian like that? You're courting death. The strong young man shouted coldly. His body was like a wild bull as he dashed toward Lu Ming. His huge fist was black and shiny like metal. The strong young man wasn't there that day in the coastal mountain range, so he didn't know Lu Ming. Boom. The strong young man approached Lu Ming in an instant and punched his huge fist toward Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming still had a smile on his face as he punched back. Bang! The two fists collided, and then everyone heard the sound of bones breaking. Then, a tall figure flew back at a speed faster than he pounced and fell heavily to the ground. My hand! The strong young man roared. One of his arms was bent out of shape. Apparently, it was broken by Lu Ming's punch. So strong. The eyes of the people from the 4 great courtyards lit up. Just now, the strength of the strong young man was obvious to all. He had swept through all the experts below the top 10 of the bronze list. But now, his arm was broken by Lu Ming's casual punch. The gap was too big. Everyone couldn't help but feel hopeful. Little bastard, so you're Lu Ming? Jian Wuchen roared in an incomparably cold voice. Of course. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He ignored Jian Wuchen and walked toward Zhang Muyun. When he was in front of Zhang Muyun, he cupped his fists and said, Brother Muyun, congratulations. Congratulations on winning the heart of a beauty. Thank you, junior brother Lu, for personally coming to congratulate me. Zhang Muyun cupped his fists. Thank you, junior brother Lu. Zhuo Yirong, who was beside Zhang Muyun, also bowed. Unfortunately, I came in a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare a gift. Lu Ming spread his hands and smiled. Zhang Muyun said, It's good enough that junior brother Lu came. There's no need for a gift. The two chatted, completely ignoring Jian Wuchen. This made the killing intent in Jian Wuchen's eyes grow stronger. Lu Ming, you dare to ignore me? Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're number 1 on the bronze list. Today I'll let you clearly understand the gap between you and me. Jian Wuchen's voice was filled with killing intent. At this moment, Lu Ming turned to look at Jian Wuchen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Brother Muyun, I got it. I got my gift. Lu Ming laughed and walked toward Jian Wuchen. Didn't you want to let me know the gap between us? Make your move. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. The surrounding people were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? Defeat Jian Wuchen in 3 moves? How was that possible? It was impossible. Could it be that Lu Ming had broken through to the martial grandmaster realm? It shouldn't be that fast, right? Moreover, if Lu Ming was really a martial grandmaster, what was the point of defeating Jian Wuchen? Chapter 141. Haha. Defeat me in 3 moves? Defeat me in 3 moves? Jian Wuchen laughed crazily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Just now, he had said that he could defeat Lu Ming in 3 moves if he used his full strength. But now, Lu Ming actually said that he could defeat him in 3 moves? Wasn't this the funniest joke in the world? Lu Ming, anyone can boast, but without strength, it's just a joke. Jian Wuchen said coldly. Oh. Lu Ming seemed to find it reasonable. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, without strength, it's just a joke. You will soon find out that you are this joke. It's useless to have a sharp tongue. Lu Ming, let me tell you, Autumn Moon is my woman. You dared to hold her hand that day. This is your fate. Since you held Autumn Moon's hand, your fate has been sealed. Today I will cripple your hand, break your limbs, cripple your cultivation, and then throw you out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Don't think that the sect will stand up for you just because you are the first on the bronze list. Let me tell you, your so-called first on the bronze list is trash compared to me. Jian Wuchen's voice was cold. Of course, this sentence was transmitted through voice transmission and no one else heard it. Autumn Moon? Don't even think about Autumn Moon. She is already my woman. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? Jian Wuchen was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. He only reacted after a long while. His eyes were red and his handsome face was completely distorted, becoming extremely ferocious. He shouted hysterically, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You are a lowly bastard. How dare you touch the woman that I, Jian Wuchen, have decided on? If I don't cripple you today, my name is not Jian Wuchen. Shio. Jian Wuchen unsheathed his sword and madly charged at Lu Ming. Kill, kill, ancient jade 8 kills. Jian Wuchen roared and his murderous aura surged like a tide. Sparkling and translucent jade-like sword chi rushed at Lu Ming like a storm. A light flashed in his hand and the fiery tongue spear appeared. Moon seizing. The spear swept out and the red moonlight appeared. All of Jian Wuchen's sword chi was instantly destroyed. The spear didn't stop and continued to whip at Jian Wuchen's face. In an instant, the anger in Jian Wuchen's heart seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Retreat, retreat. He quickly retreated and at the same time used his battle sword. Clang. The long spear swept over Jian Wuchen's long sword, and the fierce astral fire whipped Jian Wuchen's face, causing him to feel a burning pain. He quickly retreated by tens of meters, looking at Lu Ming in shock. The power of Lu Ming's spear earlier was extremely terrifying and beyond his imagination. How can he be so strong? He must have used some secret technique. He won't be able to hold on for long. Jian Wuchen, S. In the surroundings, the bronze list disciples, silver list disciples, and silver-robed elders of the four great halls were dumbfounded. Flying Jian Wuchen with a single spear strike? How was this possible? Jian Wuchen was stronger than Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming actually sent him flying with a single spear. Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had improved so much? It was too unbelievable. Compared to the 4 academies tournament, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. The true dragon battle art had reached the 3rd level and the fiery astral spear art had also broken through. His combat strength had increased several times. It was normal to send Jian Wuchen flying with a single spear. Back in the coastal mountain range, I said I only used 20% of my strength, but you didn't believe me. Ah. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at Jian Wuchen. Let's see how many moves you can use. Ancient Jade 8 kills, soul kill. Jian Wuchen roared and once again erupted with a powerful murderous aura. He merged with his sword and turned into a brilliant sword chi that charged at Lu Ming. Before the sword aura reached him, the glow of the sword aura was enough to make him dizzy. What a powerful sword technique. This kind of sword technique can actually affect the soul. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly, and then he swept out with his spear again. Landslide. This time Lu Ming used more strength. Bang. Just like before, the long spear swept out and the sword chi was destroyed. This time, Jian Wuchen could no longer resist and was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. In the air, Jian Wuchen coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and smashed heavily into a rockery, causing it to explode. Good. The audience burst into cheers and was incomparably excited. If they hadn't forcefully restrained themselves, they would have jumped up. Too strong, too cool, they were not on the same level at all. They could only shout and vent the depression in their hearts. Previously they were too sullen and couldn't stand up straight. But when Lu Ming arrived, he completely suppressed Jian Wuchen. How could they not be happy? Not far away, Zhang Muyun smiled bitterly. He already felt that Lu Ming's strength was unforgettable. Lu Ming, you trash, you dare to hurt me, I will peel your skin and pull out your tendons. Jian Wuchen roared hysterically. At this time, his hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. He was in a very sorry state. Lu Ming sneered and said, You keep calling others trash, but you were sent flying by my spear. I really don't know where you got your confidence from. Trash, trash, you are all trash. I have a special bloodline and is incomparably noble. How can trash like you compare to me? Jian Wuchen yelled. The audience was speechless. Lu Ming shook his head and said, Don't be noisy and talk nonsense. I still have one more move. I'm too lazy to make another move. You come at me together. With that, Lu Ming pointed at the young man with a saber. The audience was stunned. Lu Ming was challenging the young man with a saber and Jian Wuchen? 1 against 2. Jian Wuchen's face twisted crazily. This was blatant contempt. Junior brother Lu, since this bastard is courting death, let's attack together and cripple him. Jian Wuchen shouted. Okay. The saber chi whistled as the young man with a saber took out his saber. An extremely domineering saber chi soared into the sky. Then there was a flash of blood. An ancient saber appeared above the young man's head, making the saber chi even more vigorous. The young man with a saber was at the peak of the 9th level martial master, but he had not comprehended force. On the other side, an ancient sword appeared above Jian Wuchen's head. As soon as the bloodline appeared, Jian Wuchen's sword chi and metal force erupted to the peak. The two of them unleashed their full strength at this moment. Kill. Kill. The young man with a saber and Jian Wuchen unleashed their strongest battle strength and used their strongest moves to kill Lu Ming. Saber light and sword chi filled half the sky. This power made many of the silver-ranked disciples' faces change color. Too strong. Their special bloodline was too terrifying. To them, fighting above their level was nothing out of the ordinary. This was something brought about by the Xiantian realm. Would Lu Ming be able to block it? Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body. Chapter 142. Whoosh, whoosh. Then Lu Ming thrusted his spear twice in a row. The two spears were as fast as lightning, like two meteors streaking across the sky, illuminating the horizon with blazing flames. Boom, boom. Then the two meteors suddenly exploded, and a terrifying and violent power erupted in an instant. Sword chi, saber light, and blazing spear light swept out from the place where the three of them collided. Several silver-robed elders laid down a heavy defense, protecting the tables, chairs, and the disciples of the 4 courtyards behind them. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, a saber and a sword flew far away. At the same time, 2 screams were heard as 2 figures were thrown out, blood splattering in the sky. It was Jian Wuchen and the young man with a saber. When the light dissipated, Lu Ming stood motionless with his spear in hand. Victory. Lu Ming won. He fought 2 geniuses of the Qilin Academy alone, and it was still only 1 move. He swept his opponents with an unstoppable force. Too tyrannical. No matter what kind of genius you are, no matter what kind of special bloodline you have, 1 man with 1 spear will sweep the world. Everyone seemed to have seen such a scene. The clothes of Jian Wuchen and the young man with a saber were torn, and there were wounds on their bodies. They were in a sorry state. Lu Ming walked step by step toward Jian Wuchen, looking down at him and said indifferently, "I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Now it's just 3 moves. Lu Ming, just you wait. Sooner or later I will kill you." Jian Wuchen looked at Lu Ming crazily, his eyes full of malevolence. "Look, you're here again. Didn't you just say that? A person who doesn't have the ability to talk big is a joke. Now you can't even be considered a joke." Lu Ming mocked. Speak, speak. "I, Jian Wuchen, swear that I will return today's humiliation to you 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I will torture you. I will wantonly humiliate you in front of you. I will make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. I will make you regret what you did today." Jian Wuchen roared like a mad dog. The murderous intent in his eyes was so dense that it almost materialized. He already hated Lu Ming to the bone. That bastard trash actually dared to injure and defeat him in front of so many people. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. Of course, he wouldn't think about humiliating others. In his opinion, it was only right. Lu Ming smiled, but there was a cold, murderous intent in his smile. "I, Lu Ming, hate it the most when people threaten me. You shouldn't have threatened me." Lu Ming's voice turned cold, and the killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. Jian Wuchen's heart couldn't help but turn cold as he shouted, "What do you want? What are you doing? Didn't you just say that you wanted to cripple me? Now that you've come to threaten me in order to prevent future troubles, of course I have to cripple you." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Cripple me? You dare? Lu Ming, you are a piece of trash. Do you know who I am? I have a special bloodline, a disciple of the Qilin courtyard, the future overlord of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, the future pillar. You dare to cripple me?" Jian Wuchen laughed as if he had heard a joke. But he only laughed halfway before he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he found that Lu Ming's eyes were cold and firm, unshakable. His heart turned cold as a bone-piercing chill rose from his tailbone and rushed to the top of his head. He hurriedly shouted, "No, don't," whoosh. Before he could finish his words, Lu Ming's long spear pierced his dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian. Jian Wuchen was stunned for a long time before he let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, my dantian, my cultivation, Lu Ming, you bastard trash, you actually crippled my cultivation. You will die a horrible death." Gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming really crippled Jian Wuchen's cultivation. What a decisive character, what a ruthless method, and what guts. Jian Wuchen was a peerless genius of the Qilin courtyard. He had a special bloodline and was the focus of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He had been hiding in secret for fear of being assassinated by other sections. But now, his cultivation had been crippled by someone from his own sect. "It's good that you crippled him. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate either." Ling Kong's eyes flashed with ferocity as he said coldly. The others were speechless. "Who was like you, a monster who didn't care about the consequences? Lu Ming, you're finished. You crippled my cultivation. You can't escape. I'm a genius of the Qilin courtyard. The sect will definitely seek justice for me. You're dead." Jian Wuchen still roared. But Lu Ming's face was incomparably calm. He looked at Jian Wuchen indifferently and said, "Idiot." "What?" Jian Wuchen was a little stunned. "Let me ask you, what are you relying on?" Lu Ming suddenly asked. Jian Wuchen desperately clutched his dantian in a daze. The others were also the same. They didn't know why Lu Ming asked this question. "Your reliance is nothing more than your special bloodline and your talent. You rely on your special bloodline and think that you're high and mighty. You look down on others and treat them as trash. With your special bloodline, the sect has to take care of you in every way possible and spend a lot of resources to nurture you. All of this is brought about by your bloodline and talent." Lu Ming said, "Yes, I was born noble. How can you be envious?" Jian Wuchen said. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He looked down at Jian Wuchen and said word by word, However, the talent that you think you have is better than trash in front of me. Your so-called talent is nothing in front of me. Do you think the sect will punish me, a person whose talent is far above yours, for a trash like you whose cultivation has been crippled? Is it possible? Rumble. Every word of Lu Ming's was like a thunderclap that exploded in Jian Wuchen's mind. Yes, Lu Ming's talent is far above mine. His value to the Mystic Essence Sword sect is also far above mine. Why would they punish Lu Ming for a trash like me? It's impossible. Maybe the sect's higher-ups will even spare no effort to nurture Lu Ming. No, it's not like this. It can't be. Jian Wuchen roared in despair. He couldn't accept all this. He knew that he could only be crippled in vain. The sect would never stand up for him. The others also came to a realization. It was indeed so. Lu Ming's talent was comparable to geniuses like Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji. Ordinary special bloodlines were inferior to him. How could they really punish him? Today is Brother Mu Yun's big day. Hurry up and take him away from me. Lu Ming no longer looked at Jian Wuchen, who was like a pile of mud, and turned his gaze to the saber-wielding youth. At this time, the saber-wielding youth and the strong youth were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to say anything. They quickly dragged Jian Wuchen, who was still shouting, out of the courtyard. Chapter 143. Today was really full of twists and turns. In the beginning, Jian Wuchen and the others arrived and displayed their supreme and incomparably powerful strength. They almost swept away all the geniuses on the bronze list. No one on the bronze list was a match for them. In the end, even Zhang Muyun was defeated. Everyone thought that the bronze list's reputation would be ruined today. But at that moment, Lu Ming arrived. He crushed the geniuses of the Qilin Academy with his jaw-dropping strength. In the end, he even crippled Jian Wuchen, turning the situation around. Today, not only would the honor of the bronze list not be damaged, but it would also rise to a higher level because of Lu Ming. The disciples of the four great academies would feel that the mysterious Qilin Academy was only SOSO. So what if they had a special bloodline? Ordinary life forms with bloodlines could still defeat them. Duanmu Lin was like that. He suppressed the Qilin Academy and was known as the leader of the four great geniuses. Now it was Lu Ming. This way, the disciples of the four great academies would be more confident and their beliefs would be firmer. Brother Muyun, this is my gift. Are you satisfied? At that moment, Lu Ming turned around and smiled. Haha, junior brother Lu's gift can be said to be unprecedented. Please take a seat. Zhang Muyun laughed and invited Lu Ming to sit with him. Lu Ming smiled cheerfully and went forward to take a seat. At that moment, someone had already come to tidy up the battlefield. Not long after, the battlefield was roughly tidied up and the dishes began to be served. The banquet began and the atmosphere was lively. Senior brother Zhang, I'll toast you. Not long after, someone began to toast. After toasting Zhang Muyun, it was time to toast Lu Ming. Ling Kong carried a wine jar and came in front of Lu Ming. He said, Lu Ming, you're really generous today. I, Ling Kong, have never been convinced by anyone, but now I'm convinced by you. Give me 3 big bowls. After saying that, Ling Kong carried the wine jar and gulped it down. Come. Lu Ming stood up, picked up the big bowl and drank 3 bowls in a row. Alright, junior brother Lu Ming is heroic. I'll also toast you 3 bowls. Duan Gang stood up and also carried a wine jar. Lu Ming did not refuse any of them. He raised his bowl and drank heartily. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't put on any airs, everyone had a better impression of Lu Ming. They all came forward to propose a toast, and the atmosphere was very lively. Of course, there were exceptions such as the disciples of the White Tiger sect. Their eyes flickered as they sat off to the side awkwardly. Some of them even had gloomy expressions. They were the only ones who weren't happy that Lu Ming had defeated Jian Wuchen and the others. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Duanmu clan. Everyone toasted each other and soon, 3 rounds of wine had passed. During the 4 academies tournament, although they were opponents, that was only on the battle stage. Since they were all disciples of the Mystic Origin Sword sect, there was no grudge between them. Furthermore, they were all youngsters, so it didn't take long for them to bond with one another. For example, although Qing Feiwan was a girl, she was incomparably heroic. Relying on the fact that she was also a disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect like Lu Ming, she forced Lu Ming to drink a jar of wine. In the end, she drank until her eyes were blurry and her face was red. She was incomparably beautiful. Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Dong Su, and the other perverts howled incessantly as they surrounded Qing Feiwan. A few silver-robed elders were drinking at the side. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at these youths. This was the Jianghu. This was the spirit of youths, filled with passion and passion. They competed with each other, but they didn't lack friendship. These youths were the future pillars of the mystic origin sword sect. They couldn't wait to see this group of youths grow up. After 3 rounds of wine, it was already late at night. The banquet finally ended. Everyone gathered in groups and returned home. That night, Lu Ming didn't cultivate. After returning to his dormitory, he had a good night's sleep. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Lu Ming felt refreshed. As he stretched his body, a thunderous sound rang out from his body. He opened the door and walked out. He saw Pang Shi returning from outside the courtyard with a face full of excitement. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Pang Shi said excitedly, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. Yesterday at senior brother Zhang Muyun's banquet, you defeated the genius of the Qilin courtyard in 3 moves. Now the news has spread throughout the sect." After saying that, Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming with incomparable admiration. The speed of the news is really fast. Lu Ming thought to himself. Senior brother Lu Ming, do you know? I've become a celebrity now. Because I'm in the same dormitory as you, as long as I walk out, there will be a group of female disciples surrounding me. Pang Shi continued. A group of female disciples surrounding you? What for? Lu Ming was stunned. Pang Shi grinned and said, of course it's to find out about your news and hobbies. What kind of girls do you like? Do you have anyone you like? And after the news about you spread yesterday, this trend became even more terrifying. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect such an outcome. Sigh. It seems that it's not good to be too famous. Lu Ming sighed happily. Those girls were too enthusiastic. I couldn't resist and told you everything I know. Senior brother Lu Ming, you won't blame me, right? Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming and said, thank you for your hard work, Big Stone. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and then asked casually, by the way, what did you say? I said that you like plump and mature girls and that you already have someone you like. It's Elder Mulin's. Pang Shi said. What? Lu Ming staggered and almost fell. He looked at Pang Shi with a dumbfounded face and said, You really said that? Oh my God, who told you that? The flower addict told me. He said that you always want to take advantage of Elder Mulin's. He said that he wants to cut ties with you and said that you forget friendship when you're in love. And through my observation, what he said is quite reasonable. Pang Shi scratched his head and said, reasonable? Reasonable my ass. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. He gritted his teeth and said, flower addict, I'm not done with you. Senior brother Lu Ming, why are you angry? What I said was quite effective. Many girls left with a sad face and said that they won't pester you anymore. Pang Shi continued. Lu Ming almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If this news spread to Mulin's, how could he face Mulin's? Mulin's wouldn't misunderstand, right? At this moment, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly and cry without tears. Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, Pang Shi asked with concern, Senior brother Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Were you injured in the battle yesterday? No, I want to be alone. Lu Ming had a tired expression on his face. Oh, okay, then I won't disturb you. Pang Shi said and then returned to his room. Lu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears. He wondered if he should explain to Mulin's. Forget it, I don't care. But then again, it's normal for me to have some thoughts about senior sister Mulin's appearance and figure. Lu Ming chuckled. Very quickly he adjusted himself and strolled outside. These few days, Lu Ming didn't intend to cultivate and planned to relax. Chapter 144. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming rested whenever he wanted. He went out for a walk whenever he wanted. He casually strolled around the various scenic spots of the Vermilion Bird Peak. Every day he only spent 2 hours cultivating the true dragon battle art and polishing his true chi. After 7 days of rest, Lu Ming was full of energy. His body and mind were empty. All negative emotions, stress, and worries were thrown aside. Senior brother Lu Ming, do you want to attend the class? There's an elder who's talking about some basic knowledge of alchemy today. Pang Shi asked Lu Ming when he saw him in the courtyard. Basic knowledge of alchemy? Lu Ming revealed an interested expression. Even if a cultivator wasn't an inscription master and didn't know how to refine pills, knowing some basic knowledge of alchemy would still be of great help to him. For example, if you encountered a precious spiritual herb in the wilderness but didn't know what it was, it would be awkward. Also, some spiritual herbs had to be picked carefully. If you picked them carelessly, they would lose their medicinal properties. As for the true dragon battle art that Lu Ming cultivated, he often needed to mix many ingredients together. Although there was a secret recipe in the true dragon battle art, it would be easier to concoct it if he knew some alchemy. Lu Ming had long wanted to learn some basic knowledge of alchemy. Let's go together. Lu Ming smiled and walked out with Pang Shi. It was still the same square where he attended the class last time. At this moment there were already hundreds of people here. It's senior brother Lu Ming. Hello, senior brother Lu Ming. Those who came here to listen to the basic knowledge of alchemy were all new disciples. When they saw Lu Ming they all greeted him respectfully. Now Lu Ming was an idol in their eyes. He was in the same batch as them, but his achievements were worlds apart. Many of them had yet to break through to the martial master realm. There were even many young female disciples who glanced at Lu Ming with their big watery eyes from time to time. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and pretended not to know. Why is it Elder Mullins? At the side, Pang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he raised his head to look. Sure enough, above the square, there was a graceful figure leisurely walking over. It was Mullins. Mullins swept her gaze across the crowd. When she saw Lu Ming she was slightly stunned. Her eyes flickered for a moment before returning to normal. She opened her mouth and said, "Today I'll talk about some basic knowledge of alchemy. Most of you might not become inscription masters, but it's still good to know a little more. Now let's start with the basic ingredients and identification." Following that, Mullins talked non-stop, talking about some basic knowledge of alchemy. Lu Ming listened attentively. Mullins's lecture lasted for a few hours. Lu Ming listened as if he was intoxicated. He felt that he had benefited a lot. Could it be that senior sister Mullins is also an inscription master? Lu Ming pondered. Alright, that's all for today. You guys can go back, Mullins announced. Then she looked at Lu Ming. Her eyes flickered as she said, Lu Ming, you stay. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. Then, they thought of the rumors they heard during this period. Elder Mullins asked Lu Ming to stay alone again. Could it be that the rumors I heard are true? It can't be, right? Lu Ming really likes Elder Mullins? This is very normal. Any man would like her. I like her too. Instantly, there was a wave of whispers in the crowd. Why aren't you leaving? Mulan furrowed her brows and shouted. The others were shocked and hurriedly left. Senior brother Lu Ming, do your best. Before Pang Shi left, he even gave Lu Ming an encouraging look. This made Lu Ming's eyelids twitch and he was speechless. Soon, only Lu Ming and Mullins were left in the plaza. Cough cough. Mullins coughed a few times and said, Lu Ming, I heard that you defeated the genius of the Qilin courtyard in 3 moves. This is really out of my expectations. Thank you for senior sister Mullins's praise. I was just lucky, Lu Ming said politely. But I have to tell you that the divine wilderness continent is vast and boundless. There are countless empires. The Blazing Sun Empire is just a drop in the ocean in front of the entire divine wilderness continent. Naturally, there are countless geniuses. Although you have some achievements now compared to those true monsters, there is still a huge gap. So, you must not slack off. At your age, you must put all your attention on cultivation. You must not think about other things. Mullins warned seriously. It's coming. Lu Ming knew that Mullins had finally reached the main topic. I have been working hard on my cultivation. I wonder what senior sister Mullins is referring to by other things? Lu Ming asked knowingly. You don't know? Mullins's eyes flashed as she said. Of course I don't know. I have been cultivating in seclusion for this period of time. I don't know what happened. Lu Ming continued to play dumb. But this? Mullins's face was a little red. Her pair of beautiful eyes were misty. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, During this period of time, there are rumors outside that the person you like is me. Is it true? Is there such a thing? Lu Ming pretended to be shocked. Then he held his chin with one hand and looked up and down at Mullins. Mullins felt uncomfortable all over. Her beautiful eyes stared and said, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Senior sister Mulan, you're devastatingly beautiful and unparalleled. Which man wouldn't be tempted by you? Lu Ming did not answer her question. His eyes continued to look around, and an inexplicable smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Mullins's heart skipped a beat and said, Could it be that the rumors outside are true? Lu Ming smiled and slowly approached Mullins. His eyes looked straight into Mullins's eyes. Mullins's heart could not help but beat wildly. Her face turned red and she tried her best to calm herself down. But Lu Ming's body and face were getting closer and closer. In the end they could even feel each other's breathing. Mullins's cheeks were red, her heart was beating like thunder. Her pair of beautiful big eyes were misty, revealing a trace of panic. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly smiled and said, It's fake. After saying that, Lu Ming turned around and left with a big smile, leaving behind a dazed Mullins. After a long while, Mullins's voice rang out in the square. She gnashed her teeth and shouted, "Lu Ming!" Lu Ming, who had already walked far away, suddenly shivered inexplicably. "Could it be that I played too much just now?" Lu Ming whispered. But when he thought of Mullins's embarrassed look just now, his mood improved and a smile appeared on his face. "Senior brother Lu Ming, did you succeed?" A figure suddenly jumped out of a clump of grass at the side. Lu Ming was startled. "Nest, Big Stone, what are you hiding here for?" Seeing that it was Pang Shi, Lu Ming was speechless. "Of course I'm waiting for your good news, Senior brother Lu Ming. I just saw Senior brother Lu Ming smiling foolishly all the way. How was it? Was the confession a success?" Pang Shi's eyes lit up. "What confession? What nonsense. Big Stone, don't talk nonsense. I think you've been led astray by that flower addict." Lu Ming's face was full of black lines. "Is it not true?" Pang Shi scratched his head. "Of course not. Big Stone, I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense when you go out. Also, don't listen to flower addicts' nonsense." Chapter 145. Pang Shi nodded, indicating that he understood. Lu Ming shook his head, indicating that he was speechless. Not long after, the two of them returned to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming began to cultivate diligently again. After 7 days of relaxation, Lu Ming was full of energy and his mind was clear. Cultivating martial skills was even easier. 3 days later, the airborne steps broke through again, reaching the 3rd level. The 3rd level of a black class upper martial skill was equivalent to the 6th level of a black class lower martial skill. At this stage of the airborne steps, Lu Ming could already walk on snow without leaving a trace and walk on the tips of the grass. This was the real meaning of flying on grass. If he continued to break through, walking on water would not be a problem. At this stage, Lu Ming spent more time on the true dragon art of combat and the blazing Vajra art. The cultivation of the physical body was indeed very slow. After a few months of cultivation, Lu Ming's physical body was still at the 2nd grade lesser mastery. There was still a long way to go before he reached the 2nd grade greater mastery. As for his cultivation, Lu Ming felt that he had reached the peak of the martial master realm. He was very close to the martial grandmaster realm, only a step away. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need to stop to accumulate, because he cultivated the true art of the battle dragon and had already reached the 3rd level. The density of his true chi was 4 times that of ordinary true chi. He had already accumulated enough. As long as he cultivated to perfection, he would naturally be able to break through. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect welcomed the annual disciple recruitment. Lu Ming had joined the Mystic Essence Sword Sect for exactly a year. These few days, the Mystic Sword City was extremely lively. There were energetic young men and women everywhere. On the day of the assessment, there was a long queue in front of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's mountain gate. Lu Ming walked casually and came to a square near the front of the mountain. Those who passed the assessment had to come here to choose which courtyard to join. Come, join the Azure Dragon Courtyard. The Azure Dragon Courtyard is the oldest among the 4 courtyards. Come to our White Tiger Courtyard. The strongest among the 4 courtyards is our White Tiger Courtyard. The disciples of the 4 great academies were shouting here. On the square, the new disciples who had passed the test were gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss. Let's join the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall is the strongest among the 4 halls. If you join the White Tiger Hall, you will definitely have a brighter future. What do you know? Do you know that there's a bronze ranking for the 4 great academies' bronze-ranked disciples? I've heard that the 1st and 2nd place on the bronze ranking aren't from the White Tiger Hall. I've heard of that as well. It's said that the number 1 on the bronze rankings is Lu Ming from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. He's a disciple who just entered last year and rushed to the top of the bronze rankings the moment he entered. It's said that not long ago, he even defeated a disciple from the Qilin Courtyard who had a special bloodline. What? How did you know that? My big brother is a silver-ranked disciple. Of course it was him who told me. Then shall we join the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? All right. A few youths discussed for a while before walking towards the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Let's go, I want to join the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming is my idol and also my goal. I must become the newcomer king this year. On the other side, a few youths walked over. One of the youths who was full of heroic spirit said, "Chasing after Lu Ming? With just you? Aren't you thinking too much? How can an ordinary person catch up to such a person?" Another youth said in disdain. The few of them argued and went towards the Vermilion Bird Courtyard to register. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciple who was in charge of registration couldn't stop smiling. The disciples from the other courtyards were incomparably envious. Lu Ming smiled. He didn't expect that he would be so famous now. Even many youths who hadn't entered the courtyard had heard of his name. Furthermore, he had promoted the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciple recruitment, which was something he didn't expect. After that, Lu Ming didn't stop and walked towards the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Junior brother Lu Ming. At this moment, a Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciple who was in charge of registration saw Lu Ming and greeted him with a smile. Immediately, the gazes of those disciples who had just entered the courtyard gathered on Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Could he be Lu Ming? He's so young? He's about the same age as us. Nonsense, Lu Ming entered the courtyard last year. Of course he's about the same age as us. He's Lu Ming? He's so handsome. There were both male and female disciples who had just entered the courtyard. They all looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and nodded towards the senior disciple. Then he walked towards the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. It's time to break through to the martial Grand Master realm. Lu Ming muttered. He came out today mainly to relax and adjust his state of mind. He was preparing to break through to the martial Grand Master realm. He wasn't the first person on the bronze list to break through. Half a month ago, he heard that Zhang Muyun had already broken through to the martial Grand Master realm. He believed that many geniuses who had stayed on the bronze list for 1 or 2 years would choose to break through. Along the way, Lu Ming didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he walked towards the top of the Vermilion Bird Peak. The place he wanted to go was called the Phoenix Resting Cave. It was one of the more famous cultivation grounds in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Legend had it that a true phoenix once lived there. Hence, it was called the Phoenix Resting Cave. Of course, this was only a legend. Not many people believed it. A true phoenix was an immemorial divine beast. It had long disappeared from the world. Some people speculated that in the distant past, there might have been a supreme flying beast living there. The spiritual chi in the Phoenix Resting Cave was extremely rich. Moreover, it leaned towards the fire attribute. It was very suitable for a breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, if a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard wanted to enter the Phoenix Resting Cave to cultivate, they had to pay contribution points. Moreover, it wasn't something that could be entered with contribution points. The quota was extremely limited. However, Lu Ming didn't need contribution points. This was the reward given to him by the Vermilion Bird Courtyard when he won first place in the 4-courtyard tournament. He could enter the Phoenix Resting Cave to cultivate for a month. Lu Ming's journey was smooth. Soon he arrived in front of the Phoenix Resting Cave. The entrance of the Phoenix Resting Cave was sealed by a stone gate. In front of the gate there was an old man guarding it. The old man had his eyes closed and was motionless. Stop. The Phoenix Resting Cave is an important place in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. You can't enter at will. Suddenly, the elder guarding the door opened his eyes. Lu Ming seemed to see 2 beams of sword gleams shooting out. An aura as strong as a mountain emanated from the elder's body. An expert. He's definitely a martial arts grandmaster expert. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. I'm here to cultivate in the Phoenix Resting Cave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Cultivate? If I remember correctly, there's no quota for this month. The old man said. I'm Lu Ming. Principal Yen said that I can come at any time. Lu Ming took out his identity jade badge and handed it to the old man. You're Lu Ming? The old man's eyes lit up. He took the identity jade badge and smiled. Not bad. You can enter at any time. The time limit is 1 month. Go in. The old man returned the identity jade badge to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, the stone gate of the Phoenix Resting Cave opened. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 146. As soon as Lu Ming entered the Phoenix Perch Cave, he felt a strong surge of heaven and earth spiritual energy. What a strong heaven and earth spiritual energy. It's more than 10 times stronger than outside. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had just entered the cave and there was already such a strong heaven and earth spiritual energy. If he cultivated here for a long time, his cultivation speed would definitely be terrifying. Unfortunately, this was impossible because the rate of heaven and earth spiritual energy was limited. Lu Ming continued walking. After about 10 meters, Lu Ming saw that there were stone rooms on both sides of the cave. They must be for the people who came in to cultivate. Lu Ming continued walking. The heaven and earth spiritual energy became even stronger. After 100 meters, the heaven and earth spiritual energy was more than 10 times stronger than outside. This was the place with the strongest heaven and earth spiritual energy in the Phoenix Perch Cave. Lu Ming did not continue walking. He walked into a stone room at the side and closed the stone door. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. With a flash of blood, the spirit-devouring bloodline appeared. After his bloodline was promoted to rank 5, the spirit-devouring bloodline grew a little. It was no different from a small snake. When the spirit-devouring bloodline appeared, it opened its mouth and sucked. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the surroundings surged and gathered towards Lu Ming. It was absorbed by the bloodline and turned into energy that entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle art and continuously refined the energy that entered his body into true qi. Lu Ming's cultivation continued to solidify and approached the martial grandmaster realm. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he continued to polish his realm and strengthen his foundation. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. It's time. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The qi vortex in his dantian spun rapidly. The true qi in his meridians surged like a river. Every stream of true qi was like a small true dragon. Brr, brr. Lu Ming could even hear the roar of a dragon. All the true qi gathered together and started to break through the bottleneck of the martial grandmaster realm. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous booms resounded in the air. Of course, the outside world couldn't hear it. All of this was happening inside Lu Ming's body. Time and time again, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to gather and flow into Lu Ming's body, replenishing his true energy. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming's body suddenly shook, and a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. This aura was 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was like a black hole. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was crazily converging towards Lu Ming. All of it was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into an even more majestic true energy. So powerful. Is this the strength of a martial grand master? His true qi is 10 times stronger than the peak of the 9th level martial master. Lu Ming was delighted. Condense. With a thought, Lu Ming gently waved his right hand, and a fiery red spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Condensing qi into a weapon, this was something only a martial grandmaster could do. Condensing qi into a weapon was like condensing a substance. Although it couldn't compare to a real spiritual weapon, it wasn't too far off. The key was that as long as one's true qi was not exhausted, it would be endless. Shwa. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the spear in his hand shot out like lightning. With a qi sound, it pierced through the wall of the stone room and more than half of it went in. However, as soon as the spear left his hand, it turned into energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. It was said that when one reached the advanced martial grandmaster realm, the condensed weapon would not dissipate. It could stay for a few days and could even be lent to others to fight. It was similar to a real weapon. After breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased tremendously. However, Lu Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He only had a month to cultivate in the Phoenix Perch Cave. There were still a few days left, so he could use it to consolidate his cultivation. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming stood up and walked out of the Phoenix Perch Cave, returning to his dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, he saw Hua Qi sitting in the courtyard in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a few days. Seeing Lu Ming push open the door, Hua Qi's eyes lit up. Waiting for me? What's the matter? Lu Ming asked. I'm going to leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect for a while. I wanted to say goodbye to you. Hua Qi said. Leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect? Where are you going? Lu Ming was stunned. Hua Qi sighed as if he had a lot on his mind. After a while he said, something happened at home so I have to rush back. I'm afraid I won't return to the Mystic Essence Sword sect for a long time. Won't return to the Mystic Essence Sword sect for a long time? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Actually, Hua Qi had always been very mysterious in his eyes. Hua Qi had never mentioned his background. Even Lu Ming and Pang Shi didn't know what Hua Qi's bloodline rank was. They only knew that Hua Qi's talent was shocking. When he first entered the sect, Hua Qi's cultivation was in the martial master realm. After a year, Hua Qi's cultivation had risen to the martial master realm. This was already shocking for an ordinary genius. It was definitely a top talent. Moreover, they only knew that Hua Qi was very rich. Before, they were all friends, so Lu Ming and Pang Shi didn't ask too much. After all, everyone had their own secrets. But now Lu Ming was curious. But since Hua Qi didn't say anything, Lu Ming wouldn't ask either. Then we'll meet again. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Lu Ming, Big Stone accepted a mission to exterminate the Dongi tribe 7 days ago. He's heading to Dongke City. When you see him, help me say goodbye to him. Huaqi continued. Okay, no problem. Wait, exterminate the Dongi tribe? What's going on? Lu Ming started to nod, but suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise. The Dongi tribe was a tribe that lived in the coastal mountains. They had millions of people and could communicate with beasts. They were a big threat to the east of the Burning Sun Empire. The east of the Burning Sun Empire was guarded by the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Dongi tribe couldn't do anything and could only hide in the coastal mountains. Could it be that the Dongi tribe was making a move again? Huaqi nodded and said, 10 days ago the Dongi tribe sent out 100,000 troops to attack the area around Dongke City. They took down 6 cities in a row, but were stopped at Dongke City. The sect has issued a mission for the disciples of the 4 great schools to go and exterminate the Dongi tribe. Killing the Dongi tribe and the demonic beasts they lead will earn you a corresponding amount of contribution points. Right now, many disciples of the 4 great schools are heading to Dongke City. Lu Ming nodded and roughly knew what was going on. The coastal mountains were endless and covered the east of the Burning Sun Empire. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was only near the middle of the coastal mountains. There was still a long distance to the north and south. Dongke City was about 20,000 miles south of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It was close to the coastal mountains. Don't worry, I'll tell Big Stone. Lu Ming nodded and said. Okay, then I'll be going. Huaqi said and walked out. After a few steps, he stopped and said, Lu Ming, if there's a chance, you and Big Stone can come to the Imperial City and find me. The Imperial City? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. Was Huaqi's family in the Imperial City? Huaqi didn't say much and walked out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Imperial City? I'll go there sooner or later. Chapter 147. Lu Ming pondered for a while before heading to the mission hall. He was going to accept the mission to exterminate the Eastern barbarians. Killing the Eastern barbarians and their demonic beasts would not only earn him contribution points, but Lu Ming could also devour their blood essence to increase his cultivation. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Arriving at the mission hall, he easily accepted the mission. After receiving the mission token, Lu Ming rushed to Dongke City. He did not ride on his mount, but used his movement skill to rush over. With his current movement skill, he was much faster than the green scale horse. Moreover, the process of rushing over was also a process of cultivating his movement skill. Using the airborne steps, Lu Ming's body was as light as a gust of wind. He stepped on the grass with the tip of his foot and flew dozens of meters forward. He was as light as a swan and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this speed, Lu Ming arrived at the outskirts of Dongke City in merely 3 days. Dongke City was undoubtedly a big city. The city walls were more than 30 meters tall, which was many times larger than Firestorm City. At this time, the gates of Dongke City were tightly shut, and the city walls were guarded by soldiers in iron armor. The city was heavily guarded. Stop, who are you? When Lu Ming arrived at the city gates, an armored general on the city walls shouted. I am a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming took out his jade identity token and waved it gently. The token flew up the city walls. You are indeed a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Open the city gates. After checking the jade identity token, the armored general threw it back to Lu Ming and ordered. Crack crack. The city gates opened slightly and Lu Ming walked in. After Lu Ming entered, the city gates closed immediately. Behind the city gates, there were many armored soldiers on guard. There were more of them than on the city walls. Dongke City was guarded by a legion of the Burning Sun Empire. There were 50,000 soldiers, all of whom were elites. Their purpose was to intimidate the Eastern barbarians. Now that the royal family was on the decline and the sects were on the rise, although the armies of the Burning Sun Empire still listened to the royal family on the surface, they actually listened to the sects more. Take Dongke City's army for example. On the surface, it appeared that they were under the command of the imperial family, but in reality, they were under the command of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Therefore they would report to the Mystic Essence Sword sect whenever something happened. Young hero, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect are all in the first camp. Let me take you there. A soldier walked up to Lu Ming and said, All right. Lu Ming nodded. He followed the soldier and headed to the first camp. As soon as he entered the camp, he heard a commotion. What a joke. You guys haven't even reached Martial Master Realm Stage 4, yet you actually dare to accept this mission. Are you guys really fucking crazy for contribution points? You really don't want to live anymore. Let me tell you, if you embarrass our Mystic Essence Sword sect on the battlefield, I won't forgive you. A few trash below the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm. When the time comes, no one will save you. Arrogant voices sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming followed the voice and walked over. As he got closer, he saw a few groups of people gathered together. They were obviously disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Big Stone. Lu Ming spotted Pang Shi among the small group of people at one glance. At that moment, Pang Shi's face was flushed red. He was blocked by another group of people with 3 or 4 other people. Our cultivation is low, but we won't charge at the front. We can at least kill some scattered Dongi tribesmen, right? Pang Shi said in a low, muffled voice. Kill scattered Dongi tribesmen? So you guys are here to take advantage of us. Get back to the sect immediately. Do you think you can take advantage of the White Tiger sect? A young man with triangular eyes said coldly opposite Pang Shi. Nonsense. Who said we're here to take advantage of you? I won't take advantage of you. Pang Shi replied loudly. The young man with triangular eyes said coldly, How dare you talk back? Are you looking for a beating? There were other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect at the side, but none of them interfered. They were all watching the show. Looking for a beating? Who do you think you can beat? Lu Ming walked over and said indifferently. Oh. The young man with triangular eyes said coldly and turned to Lu Ming. However, when he saw Lu Ming's face, his face froze. Lu Ming. The young man with triangular eyes said in a daze. The other people's faces also changed slightly. However, there were also some people who were watching with great interest. This time, it wasn't just the bronze disciples who came, there were also many silver disciples who came. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're here too. Pang Shi was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. Big Stone. Lu Ming smiled and walked over. Then he looked at the young man with triangular eyes and said, Who did you say you wanted to beat? The young man with triangular eyes stammered for a long time, but he did not say a word. Lu Ming, junior brother Ming is doing it for their own good. They are disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, right? Their cultivation is too low, not even Martial Master level 4. If they go to the battlefield with such cultivation, it will be very dangerous. Junior brother Ming is doing it for their safety. At this moment, a young man behind the young man with triangular eyes walked up and said, Yes, that's right. After seeing this young man, the young man with triangular eyes was emboldened. Oh. Lu Ming responded with an oh, and then asked the triangular-eyed man, What is your cultivation level then? Me. Peak Martial Master level 6. The young man with triangular eyes replied confidently. Peak Martial Master level 6? It's very dangerous to go to the battlefield with such a low cultivation. Hurry up and go back. Lu Ming said indifferently and added, I'm doing it for your own good. You. The young man with triangular eyes' face turned red. Lu Ming, don't be unreasonable. Another young man said coldly. Who do you think you are? Lu Ming looked at him from the corner of his eyes. How dare you, Lu Ming? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are first on the bronze list. No matter how talented you are, you can only show off among the bronze disciples. Senior brother Du is a silver disciple, a martial master level 2 expert. He can easily suppress you. Now that we are talking to you nicely, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. The young man with triangular eyes pointed at Lu Ming and shouted loudly. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was very strong, he was only a martial master. Although his talent was heaven-defying and he could defeat or even kill a martial master level 1 expert. However, a martial master level 1 and a martial master level 2 were two different concepts. A martial master level 1 expert could not fight back against a martial master level 2 expert. This was the confidence of the young man with triangular eyes. He did not believe that Lu Ming could fight against a martial master level 2 expert. Martial master level 2? No wonder you are so arrogant. Lu Ming curled his lips and sneered as he waved his hand. Bah. The young man with triangular eyes was sent flying. I don't know how to appreciate your kindness, so what? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded, followed by the sound of the young man with triangular eyes landing heavily on the ground. Lu Ming, you are too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can stop you? Chapter 148. Of course there is someone who can defeat me, but unfortunately it can't be you. Lu Ming curled his lips and laughed. Senior brother Du, you must avenge me. At this moment, the triangular-eyed man struggled to get up and cried out. Unfortunately, one side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Blood flowed from his mouth and several of his teeth were missing. Senior Du's expression became even more unsightly. Beside him, a few other silver disciples of the White Tiger Hall also walked over with an unfriendly expression. However, they were all first-layer martial masters. This Lu Ming is still as domineering as before. At the side, some disciples from the other halls were watching and someone commented, "Geniuses are all like that. However, I feel that going too far is as bad as falling short. Even if you are a genius, you still have to be patient when you need to be patient. Because a genius who has not grown up is just an ordinary warrior. If you blindly act domineeringly and act according to your temperament, you will definitely suffer." You are right. This Lu Ming's battle strength is indeed very strong. Even a first-layer martial master would be at a disadvantage against him. However, it is impossible for him to be a match for a second-layer martial master. Watch carefully, he is up against Du Feng. He will soon be at a disadvantage. The people at the side were whispering, "Lu Ming, do you know why many geniuses fall early? It is because they do not know how to restrain themselves. When facing an undefeatable opponent, they still act high and mighty. That is why they fall before they mature." Senior Du said coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly, "Nonsense. When facing an undefeatable opponent, of course you have to restrain yourself. Do I need you to tell me that? However, when facing an opponent that can be suppressed with a flip of the palm, why should I restrain myself?" The surrounding people were somewhat stunned. Lu Ming's meaning was clear. He could suppress Du Feng with a flip of the palm. Ah! Du Feng laughed out of extreme anger and said, "Let's see how you will suppress me with a flip of the palm." Dong! Du Feng took a step forward. It was as if a heavy hammer hammered the ground, producing a violent rumble. The aura on his body burst out. It was thick and powerful like a mountain. It was much stronger than a ninth-layer martial master. It could be said that a second-level martial master could kill a ninth-level martial master with a flip of his hand. Du Feng's hand glowed and a green longsword condensed. It looked as if it was carved from green jade. Slash! Du Feng's sword slashed down towards Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled, extremely shocking. Stronger than Jian Wuchen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. As expected of a second-layer martial grand master. With Jian Wuchen's battle prowess, killing a first-layer martial grand master should be easy. However, he should not be a match for a second-layer martial grand master. However, Lu Ming was not at the ninth-level martial master. Boom! Without even looking, Lu Ming punched out. His fist was wrapped in a layer of fiery red light, making Lu Ming's fist look like a fireball. Boom! It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Lu Ming's punch directly destroyed the sword aura that Du Feng slashed out, the combat sword that was condensed from his vital energy, and so on. Lu Ming's punch did not stop and continued to bombard. How can this be? In an instant, Du Feng's eyes widened and flashed with disbelief. Then he roared and exploded with all his strength. His body retreated quickly. His hand glowed and a real spirit weapon appeared in front of him. Clang! Tang Feng's fist smashed onto the spirit weapon sword. A violent force erupted and Du Feng's body was blasted away like a cannonball. He crashed into the wall more than 30 meters away, smashing the wall and causing a burst of smoke and dust to fill the air. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. The disciples of the four great academies stared so hard that their eyeballs almost popped out. One punch, just one punch, and Du Feng was sent flying. He was not a match at all. He was as weak as a chicken. How is this possible? Could it be that Lu Ming has already broken through to the martial grandmaster realm? How can he be so fast? But that's the only possibility. Otherwise he wouldn't be so strong. For geniuses like them, it's easy for them to step into the martial grandmaster realm. They had never heard of a ninth-layer martial master being able to send a second-layer martial grandmaster flying with one punch. They guessed that Lu Ming should have stepped into the martial grandmaster realm. The triangular-eyed man was also dumbfounded. When he reacted, his whole body was trembling in fear. Du Feng struggled to get up from the shattered wall. His body was covered in dust and he was in a very sorry state. Lu Ming, just you wait. This time, there are third-layer martial grandmasters and even fourth-layer martial grandmasters from the White Tiger Hall. Let's wait and see. Du Feng fiercely threw down a sentence and then left with his tail between his legs. It was too embarrassing. He couldn't stay for a second longer. The triangular-eyed man also hurriedly left with Du Feng. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care. Senior brother Lu Ming, you've become stronger again. Pang Shi walked over and said, Big Stone, how many days have you been here? Come, tell me about the situation. Lu Ming changed the topic. I've only been here for 2 days. The two of them came to a military camp. Pang Shi introduced the place to Lu Ming. According to Pang Shi, the Dongyi tribe attacked Dongke City 3 days ago. However, they retreated not long after and didn't continue to attack for the past 2 days. Big Stone, when the battle starts, he can't be impulsive. Lu Ming warned. During the battle, tens of thousands of soldiers would attack. Pang Shi's cultivation was indeed lower. Now he was only a second-layer martial master. I know. I just want to train. I won't die for nothing. Pang Shi scratched his head. Then he walked around with Pang Shi. In the military camp, the army had already gone out to stand guard. Only the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were here. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect had a special status. Therefore, when there was no battle, they were more casual and could do whatever they wanted. The first day was peaceful. On the second day it was still peaceful. The Dongi tribe didn't make any moves. In the past 2 days, the disciples of the White Tiger sect didn't cause trouble for Lu Ming either. On the third day of Lu Ming's arrival, dong, dong, dong. Suddenly the war drums rumbled like thunder, resounding in the military camp. The Dongi tribe is attacking. Let's go and kill them. Haha, my contribution points are here. There were more than 2,000 disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect in the past few days. Most of them were bronze-level disciples and a small number of silver-level disciples. There were about 100 of them. They had been bored out of their wits for the past few days. Now that they heard the war drums, they were all energized and rushed toward the city wall. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and a few others also rushed toward the city wall. When they arrived at the city wall, the army of Dongke City was fully armed. Bows and crossbows were ready. Rumble. At this moment, in the distance at the end of the coastal mountain range, there was a sudden rumble and the ground shook. Then a dark cloud appeared at the end of the earth. No, those weren't dark clouds. They were beasts. There were countless beasts. There were tigers, wolves, leopards, and all kinds of beasts. There were even flying beasts. There were 1 or 2 human figures sitting on each of the demonic beasts. They were the Dongi tribe. There were at least tens of thousands of beasts. Roar. Chapter 149. The faces of the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples changed. Some of them looked grave. Some of them were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts gathered together, and there were even more Dongi tribesmen among them. The aura they formed was too strong. It was overwhelming, as if it could crush everything. Other than cultivating, the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples usually fought one-on-one with others. When had they ever seen such a scene? Now that they saw it, they were terrified. They used to be arrogant and did not take the Dongi tribesmen seriously. They thought that they were only here to snatch contribution points. Now they no longer thought that way. This was a real war. It was good enough that they could survive such a war. Some people only felt their legs go soft and were already thinking of retreating. Among them, only Lu Ming had comprehended force. Lu Ming was able to use the force of fire to fight against the force of thousands of beasts. That was why he was not shocked. Get ready. An armored general on the city wall shouted. Whoosh. The movements of the soldiers on the city wall were uniform. Their longbows were drawn, and the bowstrings were fully drawn. Their eyes were fixed on the demonic beast army that was rolling towards them. Most of the soldiers were martial soldiers. Their cultivation might not be as strong as the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples, but they were used to war. Their mental fortitude was much stronger than the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples. Rumble. The tremors became more intense. The army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts was slowly approaching. Kill. When they were close enough, the armored general gave the order. Kill. Kill. On the city wall, the army of tens of thousands roared. Their roars shook the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh. Then the bows and arrows were shot out. Like a dark cloud, the arrows shot towards the demonic beast army. Suddenly, the demonic beasts in the army were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. However, that was only a small part of the army. More demonic beasts continued to charge forward fearlessly. Continue shooting. Whoosh, whoosh. Another wave of dense arrows shot towards the demonic beasts. Roars shook the heavens and blood filled the air. It was a tragic scene. Some of the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples broke out in cold sweat. In such a situation, no matter how powerful one's cultivation was or how powerful one's Jinchi protection was, one would still be pierced through by the rain of arrows. Ouch, my stomach hurts a little. I need to relieve myself. A Mystic Essence Sword sect disciple suddenly clutched his stomach and screamed. Then he turned around and ran. My stomach hurts a little too. What a coincidence. When the others saw this, they also slipped away. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had left. Lu Ming shook his head. He was scared off just like that. Such a person's future achievements would be very limited. Young heroes, there's no need for you to act now. You'll have to deal with the Dongi experts and high-level demonic beasts. An old man in iron armor walked over and said. Lu Ming recognized this person. He was the city lord of Dongke City, Fu Liang. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. The walls of Eastern K City were tall and majestic, and the demonic beasts below were mostly level 1 demonic beasts. It would not be easy for level 1 demonic beasts to attack. Level 2 and even level 3 demonic beasts would require Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples. This was because there were not many martial grandmasters in the army of Dongke City. Most of them were generals. Whoosh! At this moment, the Dongi people began to counterattack. They shot out small arrows from the bodies of the demonic beasts. Defend! With a loud roar, shields were erected on the city walls. Clang! Clang! All the arrows shot by the Dongi people hit the shields. Only a few of them hit the soldiers of Dongke City. Counterattack! Another round of arrows was shot from the city walls. After a few rounds, the demonic beasts were already close to the city walls. Charge! Break into Dongke City and take all the treasures and women. The Dongi people roared. Charge! Charge! The Dongi people roared and controlled the demonic beasts to charge up the city walls. On the city walls, rolling logs and blazing fire barrels rained down in torrents. Screams of agony were heard. This was completely different from a one-on-one fight between martial artists. Many of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples felt their mouths go dry. Lu Ming finally understood why the Mystic Essence Sword Sect wanted the disciples of the 4 campuses to take on this mission. It was nothing more than training. Only by going through such a bloody battle could one's will become stronger. Finally, a demonic beast charged up the city walls. The Dongi people on the beast shot out long arrows. Most of the Dongi people were bare-chested. They were strong and had a longbow on their back and a scimitar on their waist. Charge! Fu Liang roared. He pulled out his battle saber and slashed at a Dongi man. The saber pierced through the air and split the Dongi man and his demonic beast in half. Fu Liang was at least a level 3 martial grandmaster. He was extremely powerful. Charge! The other Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples roared and charged. Suddenly, sword chi, saber chi, and fist energy flashed on the city walls. Big Stone, follow me! Lu Ming shouted. With a flick of his hand, the fiery tongue spear appeared. He stabbed out and nailed a demonic beast to the city walls. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples were undeniably strong. The moment they attacked, the demonic beasts and Dongi people on the city walls were instantly killed. Retreat! Retreat! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the Dongi people. Then the horn sounded. Countless demonic beasts retreated toward the coastal mountains like a tide. Everyone was stunned. They retreated just like that? Was it just the beginning? Haha, the Dongi people are just SOSO. Some of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples were emboldened and laughed. Fu Liang frowned and pondered for a while. Something is wrong. How could the Dongi people retreat as soon as they attacked? It doesn't make sense. Mayor Fu, maybe the Dongi people are afraid of us because we have too many experts. A Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciple laughed. Fu Liang frowned and said nothing. Lu Ming was also deep in thought. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. The Dongi people came quickly and left quickly. Soon they were nowhere to be seen. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Lu Ming pretended to help. In fact, his goal was the blood essence of the demonic beasts and the Dongi experts. However, the blood essence of low-level demonic beasts and martial artists was of little help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming specifically chose high-level demonic beasts and martial artists, but there were very few of them. There was not even a single martial grandmaster. Absorbing the blood essence of dozens of demonic beasts and martial artists above the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm did not help Lu Ming much. After the battle, Lu Ming and the others went back to rest. A day later, the war drums sounded again. Everyone rushed to the city walls. As expected, the Dongi people were attacking again. However, this time was similar to the last time. The Dongi people had just started their attack and retreated. It was the same on the 3rd day. At this time, many people felt that something was wrong. Chapter 150. Fu Liang sensed that something was amiss. He sent out scouts to patrol around Dongke City, fearing that the Dongi tribe was up to something. On the 4th day, the Dongi tribe came again. However, this time, the Dongi tribe's beast army did not attack. Instead, they stopped a few thousand meters away from Dongke City. That was beyond the range of the crossbows. Everyone on the city wall looked at each other, wondering what the Dongi tribe was up to. At this moment, a young man rode a tiger and rushed forward a few hundred meters. He looked at Dongke City and shouted, "There must be many disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect among you, right? I heard that the Mystic Essence Sword Sect is one of the 5 major sects of the Burning Sun Empire. Today I would like to see it for myself. I am Bach, 19 years old. I challenge all the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect below the age of 20. Who wants to fight me? His voice echoed throughout the city. The tens of thousands of soldiers on Dongke City were stunned. The Dongi tribe did not come to attack the city. Instead, they sent a young man to challenge the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Is the Dongi tribe trying to use this to attack our morale? Fu Liang frowned and pondered. However, they had to accept the Dongi tribe's challenge. The Dongi tribe was only a small tribe with a population of a few million. Compared to the Burning Sun Empire, they were many times weaker. A small tribe sending a young man to challenge the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, one of the 5 major sects of the Burning Sun Empire. If they did not accept the challenge, the Dongi tribe would definitely say that the Mystic Essence Sword sect was afraid of them. This would definitely affect the morale of the army. Young heroes, do any of you want to fight? Fu Liang asked the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. We can fight, but be careful of traps. Many disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect hesitated. If they left the city and were attacked by the Dongi tribe, wouldn't they die in vain? The Eastern barbarians seemed to have guessed the crowd's thoughts. The army of demonic beasts slowly retreated. They only stopped when they had retreated 10 miles. Even if they wanted to attack, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect would have enough time to escape to Dongke City. Junior brothers, which of you wants to go up and fight? A young man in his 20s asked from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Dongi tribe wanted to challenge those under the age of 20. Since they dare to fight, they must be strong. We must not be careless. Some people were more cautious. What kind of genius can a mere Dongi tribe have? To be able to cultivate to the 9th realm of the Martial Master realm at the age of 19 is already very impressive. However, some people were disdainful. To reach the 9th level of the Martial Master realm at the age of 19, even in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he could be considered a decent genius. For example, many of the people on the bronze list were already 18 or 19 years old. Some of the older disciples were even in their 20s. I think it's better to be cautious. What if the other party is a martial Grand Master? Someone asked cautiously. First layer martial Grand Master at most. I'll go and fight. In the White Tiger courtyard, a tall young man shouted coldly. He jumped down from the city wall and strode toward the young man from the Dongi tribe. It's Duanwu Yunfei. With him fighting, we'll most likely win. That's right. It is said that Duanwu Yunfei almost made it into the bronze list back then. His talent is very high. Now that he is 20 years old, he is already a first-layer martial Grand Master. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were rather confident in Duanwu Yunfei. Duanwu Yun's flying speed is extremely fast. Not long after, she arrived in front of Ba He. Come down, let's fight. Duanwu Yunfei shouted coldly. Ba He smiled and jumped down from the tiger, facing Duanwu Yunfei. You go first. Otherwise you won't have a chance. Ba He was very confident. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Duanwu Yunfei's killing intent flashed. He unsheathed his long sword and stabbed out 3 times in an instant. 3 sword radiances flashed at an astonishing speed. An ordinary martial master realm 9 martial artist would not be able to dodge them and would be killed in an instant. Duanwu Yunfei displayed the strength of a martial Grand Master. However, Ba He arched his body slightly like a fierce tiger. He took a step forward and his body was as fast as lightning, easily dodging Duanwu Yunfei's sword radiances. So powerful. He has definitely reached the martial Grand Master realm. The spectators on the city wall were shocked. It seems that although the Dongi tribe has few people, they still have geniuses. Duanwu Yunfei's eyes flashed when his attack missed. He immediately activated his bloodline and displayed his strongest combat strength. Dot. Swoosh. Swoosh. 9 consecutive swords, the sword chi continued to flow towards Ba He. It's over. Ba He's eyes flashed fiercely. A strong evil aura seeped out of his body like a ferocious beast. Swoosh. A snow-white ray of light flashed out like a bright moonlight. It was Ba He's blade radiance. However, it was unbelievably fast. Duanwu Yunfei did not even see it clearly before he felt a chill in his throat. Then endless darkness enveloped him. 1 slash. He killed Duanwu Yunfei with 1 slash. How is that possible? On the city wall, the spectators were shocked when they saw Duanwu Yunfei's head flying high. When did he slash out? I didn't see it clearly. I didn't see it clearly either. It was too fast. I only saw a flash of light and Duanwu Yunfei was killed. This Ba He is too strong. The Dongi tribe has such a genius? The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect discussed. In my opinion, the Dongi tribe came prepared this time. They have sent their top genius. Fu Liang frowned and said, "Damn it. If it weren't for the rule of being below 20 years old, I would have killed him." A young man in his 20s who was at the Martial Master Realm Third Realm said, "I'll kill him." At this moment, another young man walked out and jumped down the city wall. It's Lu Qing. He has already reached the peak of the first layer of the Martial Grandmaster Realm. It is said that he has been bitterly cultivating a low-grade profound tier martial skill. I reckon he has already reached a certain level of maturity. I wonder if he will be able to fight against his opponent? If his lower black level martial technique reaches the second level, he should be able to fight. Lu Qing quickly arrived in front of Ba He. "Make your move." Ba He still had that calm expression on his face. In his eyes, there was even a hint of disdain. Being looked down upon by a barbarian from the Dongi tribe, Lu Qing's eyes flashed with killing intent. He unsheathed his sword and turned into a meteor, attacking Ba He. Meteor swordplay. There must be a second level or even more. There is hope. However, before the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect could finish their words, they stopped abruptly. This was because Ba He had slashed out with his blade. With one slash, Lu Qing's head fell to the ground. Lu Qing was still killed by a single slash. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. How is that possible? How can a mere Dongi tribe have such a strong genius? He killed Lu Qing, who has cultivated a black-level martial technique and reached the peak of Martial Master Realm First Realm. How strong is he? What is his cultivation? Chapter 151. To have such a strong combat strength at the age of 19, he would be considered a top genius even in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Furthermore, they had no idea how strong the other party was. They only felt that he was unfathomable. Fu Liang frowned. After a while he said, "If I'm not wrong, he has reached the peak of Martial Master Realm." What? Peak of Martial Master Realm? At the scene, the sound of people sucking in cold air once again rang out. To reach the peak of Martial Master Realm at the age of 19, he was stronger than they had imagined. Such a cultivation was considered top in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. For example, Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang were around 18 years old when the grand competition of the 4 academies took place. This was because they had deliberately stayed behind to accumulate experience. Disregarding everything else, just Ba He's cultivation speed was already not much weaker than Zhang Muyun and the others. However, Zhang Muyun and the rest were the top geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Damn it, the top geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect did not come today. Otherwise he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Yeah, the other party caught us off guard. Although some people looked at Lu Ming, they shook their heads. Lu Ming was still a martial master not long ago. Even if he had reached the martial master realm, he would not be a match for the other party. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to make a move, Ba He spoke. What? No one is going to make a move? The Mystic Essence Sword sect is only SOSO. How about this? I'll raise the age by 2 years. Anyone below 22 can come and fight with me. Ba He laughed with disdain. Alright, 22 years old. You said it yourself. The young man who was over 20 years old shouted. He jumped down and rushed towards the other party. Ah, senior brother Lu Tian has made his move. The other party is dead for sure. He's too confident. He actually raised his own age by 2 years. Senior brother Lu Tian is exactly 22 years old, and his cultivation has already reached the 3rd layer of the Martial Grandmaster realm. It's enough to suppress him. Furthermore, senior brother Lu Tian was someone who was on the bronze ranking back then. The other party is courting death. After killing 2 of our people, he's too arrogant. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect smiled. However, Lu Ming frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt that it wasn't that simple. Soon, Lu Tian arrived in front of Bach. A mere barbarian has killed 2 disciples of my Mystic Essence Sword sect. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Now let me send you on your way. Lu Tian's eyes were incomparably cold. Ba He smiled faintly and said disdainfully, "The other 2 said the same thing, but they couldn't even block a single strike from me. Don't compare me to them." Lu Tian shouted coldly as his aura burst forth. The aura of a 3rd-grade martial master formed a strong pressure that crushed towards the other party. However, Bach only smiled faintly with a hint of mockery on his lips. He was as calm as the wind, as if he was not under any pressure at all. Backwind 3 slashes. Lu Tian suddenly shouted and unsheathed his saber. A terrifying saber light soared into the sky, forming a saber that was dozens of meters long and slashed towards Bach. Good, the 4th stage of a low-grade profound martial skill. Fu Liang applauded and thought to himself, as expected of a genius of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He can cultivate a low-grade profound martial skill to the 4th stage when he's only a 3rd-grade martial master. Ordinary martial artists might not be able to cultivate a low-grade profound martial skill at the 3rd-grade martial master realm. Even he, who had cultivated a low-grade profound martial skill for dozens of years, was only at the 4th stage. Interesting. Bach smiled and unsheathed his saber again. Swoosh. The saber light broke through the air and slashed rapidly towards Lu Tian's head. This move is useless against me. Lu Tian roared and his true chi burst forth. 2 sabers formed in front of him and slashed forward. Bam bam. The sabers formed by true chi were shattered, but Lu Tian had bought some time. The saber in his hand broke through the air and slashed towards the other party's head. Bach took a step back and retreated dozens of meters. Good. Senior brother Lu Tian is mighty? The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples shouted. Finally, a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect had the upper hand, so they were naturally excited. Haha, looks like you have some ability unlike those trash just now. Then I'll be serious too. Bach suddenly laughed. Be serious? Arrogant. You're clearly at a disadvantage, but you still want to save face. Humph, I was too full of myself. Senior brother Lu Tian, kill him. Show these Eastern barbarians the power of our Mystic Essence Sword sect. Kill him. The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples shouted. However, Lu Tian could not laugh. The moment Bach said that he was serious, he felt a powerful and eerie aura shrouding him. Being shrouded by this aura, Lu Tian felt his body turn cold. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. To be able to force me to use my true strength, you can die with no regrets. Bach licked his lips and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. Then a thick black true chi emerged from his body. Purgatory Saber Technique. Bach shouted and slashed out. At this moment, the wind and clouds gathered. The black true chi on his body gathered together with the saber light and vaguely formed an evil spirit. It was as if an evil spirit had slashed out with his saber. Lu Tian was shocked. He roared and activated his bloodline, displaying his strongest combat strength. Meteor Destruction. Swish. Swish. The 2 saber lights met in the air. With a loud sound, the saber light shot out. Bam. Then a figure retreated quickly. It was Lu Tian. His face was pale and he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with horror. After retreating, he turned around and ran. He did not dare to fight. It's too late to run. A cold voice sounded. A black saber light crossed the void and slashed at Lu Tian. Save me. Lu Tian shouted, but it was no use. Puchi. His head fell to the ground and blood splattered. Lu Tian, a 3rd-stage martial master who was once on the bronze list, was killed by someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Moreover, it was from a small tribe like the Eastern barbarians. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples could not accept this fact. How could the Eastern barbarians have such a powerful genius? This was not a simple battle. One had to know that Lu Tian was also a genius. He was not an ordinary 3rd-stage martial master. However, he was killed by someone whose cultivation was higher. The opponent's cultivation technique is very special. It doesn't seem like the cultivation technique of the Eastern barbarians. Fu Liang suddenly said. You're saying that the opponent is not from the Eastern barbarians? A Mystic Essence Sword sect disciple asked. I don't know. Maybe the Eastern barbarians had a fortuitous encounter. Fu Liang said. Haha, what genius. You're all trash. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me? Bach's body was filled with black true chi. His gaze was like lightning and his aura was like a rainbow. No one said anything. At first, I thought that the Mystic Essence Sword sect had some powerful geniuses. That's why they set an age limit. Now it seems that there's no need. The small Emperor Lai Sun. No, the Mystic Essence Sword sect doesn't have any decent geniuses. Chapter 152. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard something from Ba He's words. Ba He had just said, small burning sun empire, but before he could finish he changed the topic. This was strange. If he was from the Dongi tribe he would not have said that. Could it be that Ba He was not from the Dongi tribe? He was not even from the Burning Sun Empire? But if he was not from the Burning Sun Empire, why would he go to the Dongi tribe? Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl. The people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect had ugly expressions on their faces. For a moment no one dared to fight. There were a few 4th-grade martial master experts present, but they were all older than 22. If they fought they would be a laughing stock. The soldiers on the city wall were also silent. In their eyes, the Mystic Essence Sword sect was a high and mighty martial arts holy land. But now, the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were being suppressed by a young man from the Dongi tribe. This was a huge blow to their confidence and their morale plummeted. Fu Liang's eyes were filled with anxiety. If this went on, it would not be good. Report. Suddenly, a soldier hurried in to report. What's the matter? Fu Liang asked. Governor, there's a major discovery. The Dongi tribe has sent a group of people 1,000 miles south of Dongke City. They are rushing towards Mount Jiuyao. The soldier reported. What? Is the Dongi tribe here an illusion? They are sending a surprise army to attack other big cities? Fu Liang was shocked. He quickly asked, how many people did the Dongi tribe send? Not many. Only a few hundred. The soldier replied. A few hundred? Fu Liang was stunned. What was the use of a few hundred? Governor, it is said that these hundreds of people are all experts. The weakest one is an advanced martial master. What? Fu Liang was shocked. He frowned. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were also puzzled. The Dongi tribe must have a motive. We must stop them. A disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect said. That's right. But they are all experts. There are probably many martial masters. If we want to stop them, we will have to rely on you. Fu Liang cupped his fists. No problem. The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciple nodded. It's just that we have to get rid of that young man. Otherwise, it'll be a huge blow to our morale. If the other party launches an all-out attack, we'll be at a disadvantage. Fu Liang sighed. The members of the Mystic Essence Sword sect frowned again. The other party is intentionally stalling for time. Something big is definitely happening over there. We have to hurry over as soon as possible. Someone said. I'll go. Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone couldn't help but forget about it. Lu Ming. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming? He was going to make a move? Could it be that he really broke through to the Martial Grandmaster realm? Even if he broke through to the Martial Grandmaster realm, it would still be impossible for him to be a match for him. He is at the peak of the second layer of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Furthermore, it is clear that he is also an absolute genius. Maybe there is hope. A few days ago, I saw Lu Ming send Du Feng flying with one punch. Let him try. When the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect saw that it was Lu Ming who spoke, they couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Lu Ming ignored him and stepped forward. Senior brother Lu Ming, be careful. Pang Shi shouted from behind. Lu Ming smiled faintly and leaped down from the city wall. Among the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at Lu Ming. It was Du Feng. That day he was injured by a punch and became a laughing stock. He was humiliated and hated Lu Ming to the core. Just a moment ago he was still being mocked by others. At this moment he was roaring in his heart, Ha Lu Ming, go to hell. You think you are a genius? Do you think you are better than Lu Tian? It's good that you are dead. Beside him, the triangular-eyed youth also had a resentful look on his face. The few of them tried their best to squeeze forward, wanting to see Lu Ming being killed by Ba He with their own eyes. Lu Ming was as light as a swallow and arrived in front of Ba He in no time. Haha, after beating up the older one, a younger one came. Kid, since you are here, my saber will not show you any mercy. Seeing Lu Ming's age, Ba He was stunned for a moment before a mocking look appeared on his face. You are not from the Burning Sun Empire, are you? Lu Ming did not answer the question, but Ba He's face changed. Speak, what are you doing here? Also, what is the purpose of the Dongi tribe heading to Mount Jiuyao? Lu Ming continued to ask. Ba He's face changed a few times before he sneered. You don't have to care about that. Anyway, it is useless for you to know because you are going to die soon. Then why aren't you attacking? I know that you are trying to stall for time and delay us, but I don't have that much time to waste with you. After Lu Ming finished speaking, the storage ring on his finger lit up and the fire-tongue spear appeared in his hand. His aura also exploded. First-level martial master? Haha, a first-level martial master dares to come and die? How naive. At the sight of Lu Ming's cultivation level, Bach laughed maniacally. He almost burst into tears. On the city wall, Fu Liang kept shaking his head. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming's age, he felt that something was amiss. He was too young. Now that he saw Lu Ming's cultivation, he was a first-level martial master. Although it was shocking to have such cultivation at his age, he was still a first-level martial master. How could he be a match for Bach? Young hero, come back quickly. We will think of another way. Fu Liang shouted. Lu Ming was so young and had such a cultivation. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he was definitely a top genius. If he died here, Fu Liang was afraid that the Mystic Essence Sword sect would blame him. Mayor Fu, don't worry. Our junior Lu Ming is powerful and a peerless genius. Who knows, he might be able to kill Ba He. Du Feng said with a strange smile. However, everyone could hear the gloating and mockery in his words. Haha, since you are here, how can you leave? Ba He unsheathed his saber and a cold killing intent appeared on his body, enveloping Lu Ming. Nonsense. Lu Ming scolded. He couldn't be bothered to say more and swept out his spear. I will kill you with one slash. Ba He's voice was cold. The saber light was even colder as it slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. Boom. The saber accurately landed on Lu Ming's neck. However, at that moment Ba He was shocked because it was only an afterimage. Not good. He let out a low roar and black chi burst out from his body. He stomped his feet and rushed forward without hesitation. Shio. A ray of spear aura pierced past his ear, the cold spear aura left a bloody scar on his face. Shwa. Shwa. Ba He ran forward for dozens of meters before he dared to stop. He suddenly turned around and slashed at the air, but it hit nothing. Lu Ming stood dozens of meters away and looked at him with a smile. Hey, why are you slashing at the air? Lu Ming laughed. Ba He's face flushed red and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Your movement technique is not bad, but do you think you can defeat me with that? Dream on. Chapter 153. Purgatory Saber Technique Kill. Ba He roared. The saber aura pierced through the air and charged towards Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's body emitted a scorching and explosive aura. Fire Force. Once the Fire Force was released, it instantly crushed Ba He's cold killing intent. Force. Ba He's pupils constricted as shock flashed across his eyes. He never expected that Lu Ming could comprehend force at such a young age. So what if he comprehended force? He's only a first-stage martial master. Even if he comprehended force, he won't be my match. Ba He's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He was also a genius and could even kill a third-stage martial master. His combat strength was infinitely close to the fourth-stage martial master. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be a match for a first-stage martial master. His saber slashed out even more fiercely. This is a good opportunity to test my current combat strength. Landslide. Lu Ming took a step forward and swept his long spear from bottom to top. Clang. The saber and spear clashed, causing a deafening roar. A terrifying force surged and swept in all directions. One could see that the ground beneath Lu Ming and Ba He's feet exploded, creating a 10-meter wide and 2-meter deep crater. Boom. Then a figure quickly retreated. Was Ba He. He staggered back more than 20 meters, his face filled with shock. One move. With just one move, he could feel that the vital energy in Lu Ming's body was like a violent storm. It was continuous, indestructible, and extremely condensed. What he cultivated was a black-level superior-grade technique. His vital energy was rich and condensed, far surpassing the vital energy cultivated by yellow-level techniques. However, compared to Lu Ming's vital energy, it was trash. It was completely crushed. How can he be so strong? This strength is already comparable to a fourth-stage martial master. Ba He roared in his heart. There was a small gap between the third-stage martial master and the fourth-stage martial master, and the gap was huge. Ba He was shocked, and the people on the city wall were even more shocked. Their mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. This young hero Lu Ming? Was he really only 16 years old? Is he really only at the first level of the martial grandmaster realm? Shock was written all over Fu Liang's determined old face. He had experienced countless life and death battles in his life, but he had never been so shocked. City Lord Fu, speaking of which, our junior brother Lu Ming is a legendary figure in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He entered the sect last year, and in his first year he rushed to the top of the bronze list. An older disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard explained, his face faintly revealing a proud expression. You joined last year? First place on the bronze list in his first year? Fu Liang repeated and was even more shocked. On the side, Du Feng and the triangular-eyed young man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They stared at the city wall, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Ha ha ha. Peng Shi grinned. What are you waiting for? Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled faintly and dashed toward Ba He. Purgatory Saber Technique, Human Purgatory. Ba He roared in rage and erupted with all his strength. His bloodline, his potential, everything erupted as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Broken armor. The long spear stabbed out like lightning. Clang. Bach retreated again. Boom. Boom. Next, the two exchanged more than 10 moves, leaving more than 10 large pits on the ground. Bok was completely at a disadvantage. His face was pale and his body was trembling. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "It's time to end this," Lu Ming whispered. He had a rough idea of his current combat strength. Without activating his bloodline, he could probably fight with an ordinary 4th-grade martial grandmaster. If he activated his bloodline, it should not be a problem for him to kill them. In the martial grandmaster realm, it was absolutely shocking to be able to kill an opponent who was 3 grades higher than him. Boom. With a flash of blood, Lu Ming's bloodline was activated and his strength increased greatly. Swoosh. The long spear turned into a ray of light and was much faster than before. Puchi. The long spear directly pierced through Bok's heart. The small blazing sun empire. Bok's eyes widened unwillingly and then he stopped breathing. Puchi. Pulling out the long spear, the body shook and blood splattered. There was not a single drop of blood on the tip of the spear. The devouring power appeared in his palm and devoured Bok's blood essence. Then he started to refine it. As he refined it, he looked at the Dongi army. He pointed his spear at the Eastern barbarian army and shouted, "Who among you wants to fight? Mighty, mighty." On the city wall, tens of thousands of soldiers roared and their voices shook the sky. In the distance, the Dongi army panicked. They turned around and retreated. After the Dongi army retreated, Lu Ming returned to the city wall. "Aha, young hero, Lu Ming is a peerless genius. I have never seen someone like you before." Fu Liang exclaimed. "Thank you for your compliment. I was just lucky," Lu Ming said modestly. Then he said, "Let's organize our men and rush to Mount Jiuyao." "That's right. Young heroes, who wants to go? There are a few Sky Eagles in the camp that can carry you there quickly," Fu Liang asked. "This time, those above the Martial Grandmaster realm will go. Those below the Martial Grandmaster realm will stay here to guard," a 4th-level Martial Grandmaster expert said. Everyone nodded and had no objections. Soon, 5 huge Sky Eagles took off from Dongke City and flew towards Mount Jiuyao. Most of the 100 or so Martial Grandmaster disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect had gone. Lu Ming was among them. There were 5 4th-layer Martial Grandmaster experts gathered on the largest Sky Eagle in the middle. They were all 4th-level Martial Master experts from the Mystic Essence Sword sect who had come this time. Among them, there were 2 from the White Tiger Hall and 1 from each of the other 3 halls. Of course, Lu Ming was among them. After this battle, they had already regarded Lu Ming as a 4th-level Martial Grandmaster. 5 4th-level Martial Grandmasters and Lu Ming gathered together to discuss. "Everyone, I suggest that we put aside the grudges between the 4 halls for the time being. What do you think?" Chen Quan, a 25-year-old 4th-level Martial Grandmaster from the Vermilion Bird Hall, suggested. "I have no objections." "Me neither." The 2 4th-level Martial Grandmasters from the Azure Dragon Hall and the Black Tortoise Hall nodded. The 2 4th-level Martial Master experts from the White Tiger Hall glanced at Lu Ming and exchanged glances. Subsequently, they nodded and said, "We have no objections." "Me neither." Lu Ming nodded with a smile. He didn't care. If the White Tiger Hall wanted to target him, he didn't mind teaching them a painful lesson. "That's good. This time, the Dongi tribe and other people are involved in this matter. In my opinion, there must be something fishy about Mount Jiuyao. No matter what, we must stop them. The Dongi tribe has limited experts. With our strength, it should be enough." Qin Quan analyzed. Everyone nodded. Chapter 154. Soon Mount Jiuyao came into view. Mount Jiuyao was more than 3,000 meters tall and covered with strange rocks. Among them, there were 9 huge rocks, each of which was 50 to 60 meters tall. They were shaped like demonic beasts, hence the name Mount Jiuyao. At this moment, more than 200 people were gathered under a tiger-shaped rock. There were men and women, most of whom were middle-aged men and women. The men were topless and the women were wrapped in animal skins. They were obviously from the Dongi tribe. At this moment, a few Dongi elders surrounded the tiger-shaped rock and smeared blood on it. "It's the Dongi tribe. They're carving inscriptions." Qin Quan shouted. "Go down and stop them." The Gale Eagles screeched and rushed toward the Dongi tribe. "It's the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Kill them. We can't let them ruin our plan to open the ancestral ruins. Kill them." The Dongi tribe used to rule the Blazing Sun Empire. As long as we get the treasures in the ancestral ruins, we'll rise again and rule the Blazing Sun Empire. Roars rang out one after another, accompanied by incomparably sharp arrows. Swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of arrows streaked across the sky and shot toward the 5 Gale Eagles. "Stop them." The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect sent out sword chi, saber chi, and fist energy to block the arrows. However, these arrows were shot by martial arts experts and most of them were shot by martial grandmasters. They were imbued with powerful true chi. Although the Dongyi tribe disciples tried their best to block them, many of the arrows still penetrated their defenses. Puff. Puff. Many of the arrows hit the Gale Eagles. Oh no! The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were shocked. They had no choice but to jump off the Gale Eagles and use body lightning technique to descend. However, this made them easy targets for the Dongyi tribe. Kill! The Eastern barbarians roared and another wave of arrows shot toward them. The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples roared and tried their best to block the arrows. However, they were in the air and could only use their true chi to block the arrows. Ah! Ah! Miserable cries rang out as 5 or 6 disciples with weaker cultivations had their bodies pierced by arrows. Their hearts and other parts of their bodies fell to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time Lu Ming's high air steps displayed a mysterious power. When he stepped on the air, it was as if he was stepping on solid objects. A wave of energy was generated and Lu Ming's figure floated, dodging several arrows. However, he had only cultivated to the 3rd level and could not last for long. But it was enough. With a few leaps, Lu Ming charged toward the Dongyi tribe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another wave of arrows shot over like shooting stars, incomparably fast. The arrows pierced through the air, bringing with them sharp and terrifying whistling sounds. Moon seizing. Lu Ming swept out with his spear, sweeping away the dozens of arrows in front of him. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt his wrist go numb. A few more screams came from the sky. More people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect were hit by arrows. At this point, however, they were already close to the Eastern barbarians. Kill? Kill these Eastern barbarians! The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect shouted angrily, launching powerful attacks downward. The Eastern barbarians put away their bows and unsheathed their swords, slashing out a pale white blade light. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect borrowed the force of their attacks to reduce the force of their fall. They landed on the ground and engaged in a fierce battle with the Eastern barbarians. It had to be said that the Eastern barbarians had sent many experts this time. At least 100 of them were martial grand masters. The rest were high-level martial grand masters. However, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were, after all, disciples of a large sect. Their combat strength was higher than that of ordinary people. For a moment, the battle was difficult to determine who would win. Hold on. The ancestral ruins is about to open. An elder of the Eastern barbarians shouted. Kill. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. There were 6 or 7 4th-level martial grand masters among the Eastern barbarians. Qin Quan and the others were completely entangled. Clang. Lu Ming swept out with his spear. 3 of the Eastern barbarians above the 7th level of martial grand master were sent flying. Their bones were broken and they were no longer breathing. Little bastard, you're courting death. A 50-year-old Eastern barbarian slashed at Lu Ming with his saber. Landslide. Lu Ming swept out with his spear and exchanged a blow with his opponent. The two of them were pushed back by the force of the collision. 4th-level martial grand master. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His opponent was even more shocked. He saw that Lu Ming was only a 1st-level martial grand master. He thought that he would be able to finish him off with one blow. He didn't expect that they would be evenly matched. A genius. A peerless genius of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Good. Killing such a genius is enough to make the Mystic Essence Sword sect's heart ache. The man licked his lips. His eyes flashed with violence. Chi-chi, the Eastern barbarian slashed out a dozen times. The pale white saber light enveloped Lu Ming's vital points. Fire dance. With a flick of his spear, flowers of flame appeared, beautiful and dangerous. Bang, bang. A series of rapid explosions sounded. The flowers of fire dissipated and the saber light was defeated. Chasing lightning. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming's spear pierced toward his opponent's throat like lightning. Whoosh. The other party's saber actually started to spin in his hands, transforming into a snow-white full moon formed by saber gleams. Lu Ming's long spear pierced over but was deflected with a clang. Beast Hunter's 18 slashes. The burly man from the Dongyi tribe charged toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming also attacked with his spear. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Gradually, Lu Ming gained the upper hand. Lu Ming had the power of fire. Coupled with the astral fire spear art, his attacks were like a volcanic eruption. Coupled with his extremely condensed vital energy, he was extremely violent. The other party was only an early-stage 4th-grade martial master and was gradually losing. Bus. At this moment, the tiger-shaped stone suddenly emitted a bright light. Haha, the ancestral ruins are open. An elder from the eastern barbarian tribe laughed. The tiger-shaped stone shone brightly. Slowly, it condensed into a 10-meter-tall and 3-meter-wide light gate. Kill them all. We'll go to the ruins. The elders from the eastern barbarian tribe who had been smearing the blood of the demonic beasts on their bodies roared. Each of them released a powerful aura and charged toward the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples. Of the 5 people, 2 of them actually had the cultivation of the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm. The other 3 also had the cultivation of the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm. Once they joined the battle, the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples were at a disadvantage. In a few breaths' time, 5 or 6 of their disciples were killed. Charge. Charge toward that light. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Since they couldn't win, they might as well charge toward the treasure. Perhaps they could turn the tables. Yes, charge. The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples roared and charged toward the light gate. Damn it. Stop them. As expected, the Eastern barbarians panicked. They roared and tried their best to stop the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples. Chapter 155. Hold it right there. The Dongi tribe man roared and chased after Lu Ming. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming, who was sprinting ahead, suddenly stopped and thrust his spear at the Dongi tribe man. This was extremely sudden. The Dongi tribe man thought that Lu Ming was going to rush to the light door with all his might, but he did not expect to see him coming back. In a hurry, the Dongi tribe man slashed out with his saber to block the attack. Explode. Lu Ming whispered in a cold voice. His sprinting was fake. His real intention was to accumulate power. Boom. Violent energy exploded from the tip of the spear and blasted towards the Dongi tribe man. In a hurry, the Dongi tribe man could not block it at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown back. Chasing lightning. Whoosh. Lu Ming cast chasing thunder. Coupled with the high air steps, he was even faster. The spear pierced through the Dongi tribe man's throat. Devour. Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and devoured the Dongi tribe man's blood essence in an instant. The Dongi tribe man was a 4th-grade martial master. The essence of his blood essence was extremely rich and was constantly being refined by the devouring spirit bloodline to replenish the true chi he had used to execute explode. Lu Ming did not stop and ran towards the light door. At this time, many Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples had already rushed in. Stop him. A few martial master 1st-grade and 2nd-grade martial masters wanted to stop him, but Lu Ming's spear swept out and they coughed out blood and flew back. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the light door. Lu Ming, save me. Suddenly, a cry for help came from behind. Lu Ming turned around and saw that it was Du Feng. He was surrounded by a few experts from the Dongi tribe. You should deal with it yourself. Lu Ming smiled as he turned around and walked towards the light door. Behind him, Du Feng's roar of despair could be heard. The moment he stepped through the door, the world spun around him. When he recovered, Lu Ming found himself standing on a piece of gravel. Behind him was a stone wall, and on the stone wall, there was another door of light, exactly the same as the previous door. The only difference was that the surroundings had changed. Kill? A blade light rushed towards Lu Ming, but Lu Ming brandished his long spear and blocked the blade light. All around there were still shouts of killing. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect rushed in, but so did the experts of the Dongi tribe. Charge forward, we'll charge towards the forest in front of us. As long as we get into the forest, we won't be afraid of them. A disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect who was in the 4th layer of the Martial Grandmaster realm shouted. Let's go, we'll bring up the rear. Qin Quan shouted. You want to leave? All of you stay here. The 2 5th-level Martial Grandmasters of the Dongi tribe attacked with all their might. The 5 4th-level Martial Grandmasters of the Mystic Essence Sword sect resisted with all their might, buying time for the others. Although the competition between the 4 great schools was fierce, and it was normal for them to fight each other, they were all disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. At this moment of life and death, they knew that only by working together would they have a chance to survive. If they fought separately, only death would await them. Rumble. The true chi in Lu Ming's body was surging. The blood essence of the 4th-level Martial Grandmaster was constantly being refined, turning into turbulent energy that poured into Lu Ming's body. It was constantly being converted into true chi by Lu Ming. The true chi that Lu Ming had used to explode just now was recovered in a few breaths. The remaining majestic energy was helping Lu Ming to break through to the next realm. Lu Ming fought while breaking through to the next realm. Bang! A second-level martial grandmaster of the Dongi tribe was shaken by Lu Ming to the point that he coughed up blood and almost exploded. At the same time, Lu Ming's body trembled and his cultivation broke through to the mid-stage of the first-level martial grandmaster. The blood essence of a fourth-level martial grandmaster was too thick. It was at least equal to the blood essence of 70 or 80 first-level martial grandmasters. Lu Ming's cultivation was still rapidly increasing. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming brandished his long spear and dashed toward Qin Quan and the rest at full speed. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." An elder from the Dongi tribe charged toward Lu Ming. He was also a fourth-level martial master. Boom! However, he was forced to retreat after exchanging a blow with Lu Ming. So strong? The Dongi tribe elder was shocked. Explode. Since he had a lot of true qi in his body, Lu Ming was not afraid of wasting it. He used another explode. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, this move was even more powerful. One of the Dongi tribe elder's arms was blown off and he almost died. He wanted to retreat in fear, but Lu Ming was faster. He stabbed him with his spear and at the same time, controlled his bloodline and devoured his blood essence. Kill him first. A fifth-level martial grandmaster of the Dongi tribe was furious and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the high steps and did not want to be entangled with him. In a few flashes, he dashed to the side of Qin Quan and the rest. Landslide. Lu Ming jumped high and smashed his long spear toward another fifth-level martial grandmaster of the Dongi tribe. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion and Lu Ming's body drifted backward from the impact. Run. After being blocked by Lu Ming, Qin Quan and the others finally escaped and ran toward the forest. Similarly, Lu Ming did not continue fighting. He ran toward the forest. Chase, chase. The Dongi tribe roared. More than 100 people continued to chase after Lu Ming and the others. In just 5 minutes, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the forest. In the forest, ancient trees towered into the sky and old vines curled around. It was a scene of a primitive forest. The other disciples of the mystic Essence Sword sect had already rushed in. Lu Ming and the others did not hesitate and rushed in as well. Whoosh, whoosh. Running in the dense forest made it easy for them to hide. At the same time, the other party could not form an encirclement very well. Damn it. The Dongi tribe stopped in front of the forest and did not continue the chase. The battle strength of the mystic Essence Sword sect's disciples was extremely shocking. They had a lot of methods. Just now, the 2 fifth-level martial master experts had joined forces, along with a few fourth-level martial master experts, but they were unable to kill the 5 fourth-level martial master youths. They only managed to injure a few of them. In the end, a 4th-level martial grandmaster was killed by a 1st-level martial grandmaster. This made them extremely frightened. It could be said that the mystic Essence Sword sect's strength was not much weaker than theirs. If they rushed into the forest, they would probably be ambushed. Let's ignore them for now. Let's find the treasure left behind by our ancestors and quickly leave this place. Once we hide in the depths of the coastal mountains, the mystic Essence Sword sect will not be able to do anything to us. A 5th-level martial grandmaster elder suggested. Okay, let's do that. After the discussion, they left and headed deeper into the mountains. In the forest, Lu Ming and the others ran quickly. After running for about 10 miles, they stopped. It seems that the Dongi tribe did not chase after us. Qin Quan exhaled. His face was a little pale. Obviously, he had been injured in the battle just now. The others were not in a good state either. They had more or less suffered some injuries. After all, the other party had 2 5th-level martial grandmasters. It was already good that they could hold them back for a short period of time. At this time, the surrounding mystic Essence Sword sect disciples slowly gathered. In the end, they found that there were only 61 people left. When they came, there were 102 people. Chapter 156. They had lost 41 people in this battle. These were all silver-ranked disciples, martial grandmasters. Even for a large sect like the mystic Essence Sword sect, losing 41 martial grandmasters was a great loss. None of them spoke a word. After waiting for a dozen or so minutes, Qin Quan and the others relaxed when they saw that the Dongi tribe hadn't chased after them. They each found a place to recuperate. Lu Ming also flew up to a big tree. He circulated the true dragon fighting art and began to refine the blood essence that he had just devoured. He had devoured the essence blood of 2 4th-level martial grandmasters. The essence blood of 2 4th-level martial grandmasters contained an unimaginable amount of energy. It was equivalent to the essence blood of 150 1st-level martial grandmasters. Such a large amount of essence blood could not be refined in a short time. Hoo-hoo, the spirit-devouring bloodline seemed to be breathing. Every time it exhaled, a large amount of energy would enter Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly. Peak of the mid-stage of the first-level martial Grand Master, late stage of the first-level martial Grand Master. After 2 hours, Lu Ming had refined all the essence blood and turned it into his true qi. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the first-level martial Grand Master. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This was equivalent to the essence blood of 150 first-level martial Grand Masters. In other words, the essence blood of 150 first-level martial Grand Masters was not enough for him to break through to the next level. It was only enough for him to reach the peak of the first-level martial Grand Master. The third level of the true dragon art required too much energy to raise one's cultivation. It was dozens of times more than an ordinary person. He did not know how much energy he would need to raise his cultivation to the 4th, 5th, or even the 8th or 9th level. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly. He shook his head and cast these thoughts aside. It was useless to think so far ahead. Lu Ming stopped and jumped down from the tree. Junior brother Lu Ming. Qin Quan saw Lu Ming and called out. His complexion was better than before. It was obvious that he had recovered a lot after healing. Beside him were 4th-level martial Grand Masters from the other 3 academies. The few of them gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Lu Ming walked over. What is this place? Just now, I heard the Dongi people shouting something about ancestral ruins. The 4th-level martial master of the Black Tortoise Academy, named Sun Ruo, said with a frown. I once read about it in an ancient book. Legend has it that a long time ago, at least 10,000 years ago, the Burning Sun Empire was ruled by the Eastern barbarians. Qin Quan pondered for a moment and said, What? The Burning Sun Empire was once ruled by the Eastern barbarians. The rest of the group was shocked. The Eastern barbarians were just a small tribe in the mountains near the sea. They only had a population of a few million. How could they possibly rule over the vast territory of the Burning Sun Empire? Qin Quan thought for a moment and said, That is indeed what is recorded in the records. It is said that the Eastern barbarians were very powerful in the past. They ruled not only the Burning Sun Empire, but also a few empires near the Burning Sun Empire. They were extremely powerful. The few of them were extremely shocked. It was obvious that this was the first time they had heard of such a story. Unfortunately, in the end they still fell apart. After tens of thousands of years, the Dongi tribe has completely declined and become a small tribe. Qin Quan sighed. No matter how powerful a force was, it could not withstand the erosion of time. It was only a matter of time before it declined. In that case, this should be the ruins left behind by the Dongi tribe. The eyes of a young man from the White Tiger Hall suddenly lit up. The others did the same. This place was filled with mountains and forests and was full of vitality. It was very likely that this was a small realm. It was not difficult to guess that this was probably left behind by the experts of the Dongi tribe. Since the Dongi tribe was so powerful in the past, what kind of treasures would they leave behind in this small realm? Fortuitous encounter, fortuitous encounter. The few of them roared in their hearts. At the same time their eyes lit up. Junior brothers, since the Dongi tribe is not chasing after us, there is no danger for the time being. I think we should split up. A young man from the White Tiger Hall suggested. I agree. The young experts from the Azure Dragon Hall agreed. If they moved together, how would they split the treasures and opportunities that they encountered? Naturally, everyone began to make plans. Alright, then it's decided. In the end, they made up their minds to split up and search for their own opportunities. Whoosh, whoosh. Very quickly, the disciples of the 4 great academies split into 2s and 3s, each of them choosing a direction and disappearing into the mountain forest. Junior brother Lu Ming, do you want to move together? Qin Quan looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head and said with a smile, No, I'd better go by myself. Then junior brother Lu, take care. Qin Quan cupped his fists and left with the others. Soon Lu Ming was the only one left. Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then he moved and headed out of the forest. Soon he was out of the forest. He looked at the footprints on the ground and chased after the Dongi tribe. Since this was a ruin left behind by the ancestors of the Dongi tribe must know a lot about it. Instead of searching around like a headless fly, it would be better to follow the Dongi tribe and rob them along the way. Wouldn't that be better? Lu Ming used the airborne steps and moved like a gust of wind. He was extremely fast. A plane was actually a world. However, the laws of heaven and earth in this world were not complete and had all kinds of flaws. Moreover, it was not very big. That was why it was called a plane. According to its size, A plain was divided into small, medium, and large plains. Now this plain was only a small plain. However, it was small compared to the divine wilderness continent. In fact, this plain was no less than a few thousand miles wide. Lu Ming ran for over 1,000 miles before he finally heard some movement. There was the sound of a great battle ahead. Lu Ming did not stop and headed in the direction of the sound. Soon, a dilapidated palace appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was obvious that the palace was very large and occupied a large area. However, it had been there for too long and was very dilapidated. Many places had collapsed. At this moment, there was an intense battle at the entrance of the palace. More than a dozen Dongi tribe members were fighting 8 monsters. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the Dongi tribe members were all martial grandmasters. Among them, there were 2 4th-grade martial grandmasters and 4 3rd-grade martial grandmasters. However, even with so many experts, they only had a slight advantage over the 8 monsters. This was because the 8 monsters were very abnormal. The 8 monsters had shed their hair, revealing their skinny muscles that seemed to be filled with a metallic luster. Every monster's eyes were bloodshot, and they roared in a low voice. They didn't care about their own lives as they pounced on the Dongi experts. Chapter 157. These are demonic corpse puppets refined by our ancestors. They are fearless and only know how to attack. Their bodies are as hard as steel and invulnerable. Their only weakness is their eyes. Attack their eyes. An elder of the Dongi tribe shouted. Kill. Kill. Led by 2 4th-grade martial grandmasters, more than a dozen Dongi experts attacked the eyes of the 8 demonic corpse puppets with all their might. Soon the eyes of one of the demonic beasts were shattered. It roared and fell to the ground. After finding a way, the Dongi experts worked together and defeated the 8 demonic beasts one by one. Let's go in. If I'm not wrong, this must be a very important place. An old man from the Dongi tribe shouted excitedly. More than a dozen Dongi tribesmen rushed inside excitedly. After the Dongi experts left, Lu Ming appeared and followed them into the palace. Lu Ming's footsteps landed silently. He followed the Dongi experts a dozen meters behind, holding his breath. The Dongi experts did not notice him at all. After passing through many courtyards, they arrived at a large hall in the middle. From afar, they could see the door of the hall open, revealing the bookshelves in the hall. Ah, this is the library. There must be secret manuals here. This is great. There is hope for the revival of the Dongi tribe. An old man from the Dongi tribe shouted excitedly. The Dongi experts were so excited that they were about to rush into the hall. Brr, brr. 2 huge demonic beasts rushed out of the hall, emitting a murderous aura. They were as fast as lightning. 2 cries of agony rang out as the 2 Dongi men were torn in half by the 2 demonic beasts. Blood and organs splattered everywhere. More demonic corpse puppets. Be careful. With a roar, 2 4th-grade martial grandmasters pounced on the 2 demonic beasts. The 2 demonic beasts were hairless, but their muscles were as hard as metal. Die, evil beasts. The 2 elders roared and slashed at the eyes of the 2 demonic beasts with their swords. However, these 2 demonic corpse puppets were obviously stronger than the previous ones. They reached out their claws and blocked the swords. The demonic corpse puppets roared and charged at the Dongi experts with a murderous aura. They were not afraid of death. Bang, bang. Several of the Dongi tribe's 1st realm and 2nd realm martial grandmasters were sent flying by the demonic beasts. Only those who were 3rd realm martial grandmasters and above could fight head-on. For a time, the Dongi tribe and the 2 demonic beasts were locked in a fierce battle. At that instant, a figure silently passed by the crowd like a gust of wind and charged into the hall. Oh, damn it. Stop right there. A 4th-level martial master elder roared as a sharp saber light slashed towards the figure. This figure was, of course, Lu Ming. Of course, he would not let go of such an opportunity. Clang. The long spear swept out and blocked the old man's saber. Lu Ming borrowed the momentum and rushed into the hall even faster. You guys have fun, I'll be leaving first. Lu Ming laughed loudly and leaped into the main hall. The Dongi tribe roared angrily. You guys rush in and kill that little bastard. We'll block these 2 demonic corpse devil puppets. 2 4th-level martial grandmasters roared as they activated their bloodline and blocked the 2 demonic corpse devil puppets with all their strength. The others took the opportunity to rush into the hall. Little bastard, go to hell. A 3rd-level martial grandmaster roared as his killing intent surged. His saber carried a rolling saber light and swept towards Lu Ming. Whoosh. However, what greeted him was a lightning-like spear light. Poochie. Blood splattered everywhere as Lu Ming's spear pierced through the man's heart. A 3rd-level martial grandmaster was easily killed by Lu Ming. Then, the long spear swept out and the 2 second-level martial grandmasters were sent flying. They were no longer breathing. In the blink of an eye, 3 experts had been killed. Retreat. The others turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. Let's kill these 2 demonic beasts together and then kill that little bastard. He can't escape. A 4th-level martial grandmaster elder roared. The Dongi tribe fought against the 2 demonic beasts with all their strength. In the hall, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked around. There were more than 10 bookshelves in the hall. Lu Ming glanced at them and revealed a disappointed expression. Most of the bookshelves were empty. How could there be any secret manuals? They were probably taken away by the Dongi tribe back then. Hey, there's a box over there. Lu Ming saw a black box in an inconspicuous corner of the hall. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he hurriedly walked over. The box was made of some unknown metal. It was black and rusty. Lu Ming's true chi surged out and the box opened. Immediately, stacks of books appeared in front of Lu Ming. There were more than 10 of them. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he quickly picked up a book. These secret manuals were obviously not made of ordinary paper. They were made of an unknown material that was extremely tough. After so many years they were still intact. He opened it and saw that it was a sword technique. Tiger Roar Sword Technique, Superior Yellow Level Martial Technique. The words inside were revealed. It's only a superior yellow level martial technique. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed as he flipped through the other secret manuals. Most of these secret manuals were yellow level martial techniques. There were a total of 32 books. Among them, there were 20 inferior yellow level martial techniques and 10 superior yellow level martial techniques. There were only 2 inferior black level martial techniques, and they were both saber techniques. Lu Ming could not use them at all. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. No wonder they were placed in a box in a corner and were not taken away. They must have been thrown here like trash. Lu Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Am I being too greedy? These secret manuals, although of low level, can be sold for at least tens of millions of silver taels. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought about it. If these secret manuals were exchanged for contribution points in the contribution hall, they would be worth at least a few 100,000 contribution points. This was already a huge gain. With a thought, Lu Ming kept all the secret manuals in the Temple of Paragon. Little bastard, hand over the secret manuals or die. At that moment, the Dongi tribesmen had finally killed the 2 demonic corpse puppets and rushed into the main hall. When they saw the empty bookshelves, their eyes turned red as they looked at Lu Ming with burning desire. The bookshelves were empty, so Lu Ming must have taken them. Lu Ming did not bother to explain. He sneered and said, I didn't want to fight with you just now. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Bam. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the Dongi tribesman like the wind. Kill him. The Dongi tribesmen roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Led by 2 4th-grade martial masters, there were 10 of them working together. It was a terrifying sight. Lu Ming moved and dodged the front. In a flash he appeared at the side. Fire dance. Flowers of flame appeared. When the flowers of flame dissipated, 3 of the Dongi tribesmen fell to the ground. Their throats had been pierced by spears. Kill. Chapter 158. Whoosh. Lu Ming swept out with his spear. True Qi burst out, shattering all the rubble and debris in the air. However, the 2 old men did not stop there. They continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and placed it in front of him. Clang. The 2 old men's sabers slashed at Lu Ming's spear, causing a shocking shockwave. Lu Ming's expression changed. His body trembled as he staggered back. He can't hold on any longer. Kill him. The 2 old men were overjoyed when they saw that Lu Ming was forced back. They attacked Lu Ming even more desperately. The remaining 5 Dongi tribesmen roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming. For a moment, Lu Ming was attacked from all directions. He seemed to be at a disadvantage and kept retreating. Soon he retreated to a corner near the exit. Kill him and all the secret manuals here will be ours. Our Dongi tribe will rise. A 4th-level martial master old man shouted excitedly. The other Dongi people were also excited. At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air from the door beam above them. A sword light quickly pierced toward Lu Ming's back. This sword light was fast, accurate, ruthless, and extremely powerful. This was because its owner was a 4th-level martial master expert and a genius of the White Tiger Hall. That's right. The person who launched the sneak attack was one of the 2 4th-level martial masters from the White Tiger Hall. He had been hiding on the door beam since an unknown time. Go to hell, Lu Ming. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for offending the Duanmu clan. As long as I kill you, the Duanmu clan will definitely put me in an important position. A cold and vicious light flashed in the eyes of the young expert from the White Tiger Hall. It was as if he could already see Lu Ming dying at his hands. The Duanmu clan controlled the White Tiger Hall. Most of the disciples who joined the White Tiger Hall chose to rely on the Duanmu clan. Only by relying on the Duanmu clan could they obtain better cultivation resources. Of course, a pervert like Ling Kong who had a strong backing was an exception. But at this moment he suddenly saw Lu Ming's lips curl into a smile. That kind of smile gave off the feeling that some kind of scheme had succeeded. Sure enough, he has made a move. Good, let's get rid of him together. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He hadn't used his full strength in the battle with the Dongi tribe. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the peak of the first layer of the martial master realm, he would not have been forced into such a sorry state by 2 4th-layer martial masters and 5 3rd and 2nd-layer martial masters. Everything that happened just now was just an act. In fact, the young man from the White Tiger Hall had followed the Dongi tribe in. Lu Ming had noticed him as soon as he entered. However, he didn't say anything because he could sense the killing intent of the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Therefore, he pretended that he was no match for his opponent and was completely at a disadvantage. He even sent himself in front of his opponent in order to lure his opponent into attacking him. As expected, the young man from the White Tiger Hall fell into his trap. He thought that he saw a good opportunity and decisively attacked, wanting to kill Lu Ming. However, all of this was within Lu Ming's expectations. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's bloodline erupted, and Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, the true qi in his body erupted. Moon seizing. Lu Ming didn't even look at the young man from the White Tiger Hall. He held the end of his spear and swept it out. Buzz. The long spear swept past the sabers of the Dongi tribe with a terrifying aura. The Dongi tribe's body shook violently, and they quickly retreated with a groan. Lu Ming's long spear didn't stop, and he continued to sweep it towards the young man from the White Tiger Hall. How can this be? The young man from the White Tiger Hall's pupils contracted rapidly. He had charged at Lu Ming with all his might, and it was too late for him to retreat now. He could only grit his teeth and unleash his full strength. The long sword in his hand emitted a powerful sword qi and he attacked Lu Ming. Boom. However, Lu Ming's long spear easily destroyed his opponent's sword qi. At the same time, the long spear bent in an arc and heavily struck the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The young man from the White Tiger Hall screamed in agony and his body was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Die. Lu Ming stomped his foot on the ground, and his body spun rapidly as he flew backward. The long spear in his hand spun rapidly and stabbed at the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Junior brother Lu Ming, don't. The young man from the White Tiger Hall was horrified and he screamed in fear. However, the long spear didn't stop. Poof. The long spear pierced the young man's heart and lifted him into the air. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're so cruel. The young man from the White Tiger Hall glared at Lu Ming with resentment. If you didn't want to kill me, you wouldn't have been killed by my spear. You asked for it. Lu Ming said indifferently. If the young man didn't want to kill him, he wouldn't have been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. After all, the young man was a genius from the White Tiger Hall and his combat strength wasn't weak. The young man from the White Tiger Hall was unwilling to accept his defeat. The vitality in his body gradually dissipated. Oh no, he was hiding his strength. Retreat. The Dongi tribesmen were terrified. One of the elders shouted. He clearly saw that the person who launched the sneak attack was a Realm 4 martial master. However, he was killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. It's too late for you to leave now. Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and devoured the essence blood of the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Then his body flashed and he charged toward the Dongi tribesmen. You guys leave quickly. I'll stop him. An elder from the Dongi tribesmen shouted angrily and turned around to attack Lu Ming. Explode. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to use his strongest move. At this moment he was in the bloodline eruption stage. When he used the explode move, its power was extremely terrifying. The elder from the Dongi tribesmen didn't even have time to scream before half of his body exploded. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment Lu Ming's aura dropped rapidly. The time for the bloodline eruption was up. The remaining Dongi tribesmen were even more terrified and ran for their lives. Lu Ming stopped and didn't chase after them. The time for the bloodline eruption had passed and his combat strength had weakened. Even if he chased after them, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Lu Ming immediately devoured the essence blood of the dead Dongi tribesmen. Not only that, but he also obtained 5 storage rings. As a martial master, it was normal for him to have a storage ring. It could be said that a storage ring was the standard of a martial grand master. If a martial grand master did not even have a storage ring, then he would be in a miserable state. After putting away the storage rings, Lu Ming moved and left the main hall. After a few breaths, Lu Ming appeared in a small room in the main hall. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and prepared to refine the essence blood. However, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He realized that the chanting sound had disappeared. In the depths of the Temple of Paragon, there was a strange chanting sound. Under this chanting sound, Lu Ming's mind was exceptionally clear and he was able to comprehend martial techniques at a rapid pace.